against the power of this cruel world. With the belt of truth wrapped around my waist, I'll stand firm, I'll walk by faith. Breastplate of righteousness guards my heart. In the gospel of peace, I shut my feet. Be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. I'll put on the armor of God. His word will be my spirit's sword. In truth I'll stand, in faith I'll fight. In his righteousness I'll shine the light against the powers of this world so cold. In his name I'm brave and bold. Take your stand, don't back down. With God's armor every battle will be won. The shield of faith guards my soul. With every fiery dart of evil it quench. With the helmet of salvation I stand tall. For my against evil will not blench. The battle's fierce, but I won't fear. 'Cause the voice of God is always near. From every mountain to every sea, I'll shout his victory till eternity. Be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. I'll put on the armor of God. His word will be my spirit's sword. In truth I'll stand, in faith I'll fight. In his righteousness I'll shine the light against the powers of this world so cold. In his name I'm brave and bold. Take your stand, don't back down. With God's armor every battle will be won. In the Spirit on all occasions, with all prayer and supplication, keep alert with all perseverance, making supplication for all the saints.
Okay, well, I hope you guys enjoyed that, and we're going to get on with our speakers because we got started a little bit late today. So our first speaker is Jason Cisneros, and I'm just going to pull up his little bio here. He's a well-known entrepreneur. He's been very successful in business, and he's turned his mission to helping save and rescue children, and he leads an organization. I think we've got his slide up here. Do we have a speaker slide? Oh, Kayla's coming. So Jason, why don't you just come on up? Wherever. He's pretty well known in these circles, so he doesn't need a lot of explanation. So. Is it, should I give him the second one?
Can you guys hear me okay without the microphone? Yeah. How about you? Turn it on. Testing. Is that better? All right. Cool. Well, welcome everybody. I love the video. I love what HARA said that this is. Come over here. Good luck. I'm what these people call a runner, so I go all over the place. But Hara said it in the beginning, right? Non-religious and politically unaffiliated. I would think that probably most everybody in the audience thinks Democrats and Republicans suck these days, right? That's why kind of we're all doing this and getting together so that we can make the people's voice what matters. I have a question though before I get started and start talking about the things that we're going to talk about today. Why are you here? I need to know a couple of reasons why you guys are here. Somebody raise your hand. Not everybody all at once. This is it. You guys come and don't be shy. Tell me why you're here. Why did you make the trip? Yes, ma'am.
Just to learn more and be more aware.
Okay. Be more aware of?
Noticing signs and, to know somebody might be in trouble and need help.
Love that. Love that. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
I think spirit.
That's the best time. That's the best thing. Yes, ma'am.
I want to know what law enforcement is doing to try and fix this problem.
Me too. Yes, ma'am.
I want to more effectively share this issue with people who want to turn away and help them open their eyes and ears.
I love that.
Don't be afraid to know this is really happening.
I love that. Anybody else? Yes.
I've bore witness and had some first-hand experience. But I want more specifically to your question, to be more active locally. Because I have assisted in other capacities in other areas when it comes to human trafficking. And it's near and dear to my heart, so I applaud you, sir. So that is why I'm here today. I'm grateful for every person here today.
Awesome. Thank you, brother. Yeah, give him a big round of applause. Anybody else have a burning share? Yes, ma'am. Why are you here? Got it. I didn't hear what you said. Oh, that's the greatest, right? I'm supposed to stand behind the table in one spot. Do you people not know me? Just don't go. Okay. Like you should have put a shock collar on me or something. then I'll stay put. Amazing. You know what you said, sir, is really why my wife and I travel around and we talk about this stuff. We are business people at our core. And about 10 years ago, I got invited to go. I fought domestic violence because that was my upbringing. My adopted father went to prison for attempted murder of me and my mom when I was 17 years old. Lots of abuse before then. If you saw pictures of me growing up, my nose is on different sides of my face. It was, but it was a blessing. I'm glad that man adopted me, and I'm glad that he was my father because it built into me this fight. Like that's if my entire life ever stands for anything, and it's on my headstone, it'll be here's a man that fought bullies. Whole life. remember when I went out to rescue with Pastor Rudy the first time. Gonzalez. And I wasn't a Christian when I met him, and we met at an event much like this. And I said, hey, great to meet you. We knew the parents of a rescue that they had just done. And he said, you guys want to come out and rescue with us? And I said, sure, but don't come at me with your Jesus stuff. What an idiot, right? And he said, and he goes, no problem, no problem. And then I just watched, right? Because again, Christians in my life, I had bad experiences with, but I just watched the miracles that happened every single time we went out after these kids. There was no other way for me to explain what was happening. We went to this one city looking for this 12-year-old little girl that we'd been looking for 3 months. And we were at the end of our tips about what was going on. We were at the end of the finances for that particular mission. And it was at the very, very end. In fact, we had stopped to go get tacos, which is our thing that we do whenever we're dispersing and going back to our lives. And the phone rang while we were having tacos, and it was our prayer group for CERT that was praying nonstop around every time we go out. And Pastor Rudy goes, okay, are you sure? So the prayer group got it very strong in their heart that we should go look at the hospitals. And there was 2 in the city that we'd already been to. And we're like, okay, we'll do this on our way out. And so we went to the first hospital, nothing. Went to the second hospital, there was nothing. And then we went across the street to gas up so everybody could either go to the airport or go home. And in a car in the gas station, I was like, I think that's the girl that we're after. In a car being gassed up with her pimp driving in the deal. And so I get goosebumps even when I think, and we surrounded the car, and it was during the BLM riots. There was a police station that was on fire like two blocks down from what we were doing. And, a bunch of white dudes surrounding this car with Big Mike. Big Mike's like, I swear to God, he's 7 feet tall, 350 pounds. And he stood post right there while the authorities got called. And it was very cold out, very cold. I was standing right behind Big Mike. And about an hour in, while we were waiting, she rolled down the window. And she said to Big Mike, she goes, I can't believe all of this is for me. And it's still hard not to cry about it, because even all these years later, because it's about that self-worth, right? Because she felt worthless, because she had bought the lie that they beat people down in that environment to take away their identity of whatever it was that was making them strong, or whatever made them an individual. That's their job, is to take that and steal that away. And I believe the same thing happens to us in our world. The same thing happens to us with our government. Oh, just sit down, shut up, keep your mouth closed. That's not what this country was built on. That's not what what massive changes, that's not where that comes from. It comes from like-hearted, is what I heard over here from this young lady, is to say, at the end of the day, like-minded, like-hearted, we don't all have to believe the same stuff. I guarantee you and I, as much as we like to an argument about something, maybe it's about bald heads, maybe it's about whatever. But at the end of the day, do we have a core belief and a core strength and a core understanding amongst all of us that we will protect the vulnerable with whatever strength we have? And that's what I believe we're all gathered here for. Why HARA, when she called, I'm here. Flew in from Salt Lake from another event that I was doing. We're leaving here, going to another event. And we were like, can we fit this in? And Em and I, my wife, my beautiful wife in the back there, give her a big round of applause. You guys are you'll hear from her tomorrow. She's been undercover and doing rescues. I don't like to say this publicly, but she's a better shot than I am, And, but the point is all of us coming together. And there's a few few things that stop us. A few things that stop us. And that's really what I want to talk about today. I go to a lot of these events, and what you're going to have in front of you, the people that you're going to hear from is going to be incredibly powerful. But no matter who speaks, the only thing that matters is what you do when you leave here. It doesn't matter what we say, how nice the suit is, how famous the person is. That's not what the point is of having events like this. It's something that fires you up inside for you to take even one new action, right? I believe God created, and I've done this again, the 3,000 presentations, millions of people all around the world that I've been, and I'm always so inspired by the fact that there may be just one person in the audience. Nobody can be me, and nobody can be you. And that's your actual power, is that it's you. God put something on your heart when you were younger, and then life started happening, right? You have to pay bills. You have to do this. I got married. I got to take care of kids. There's all of these things that start to pile on top of it that dim the actual reason why you're here. Do you guys feel that? Yes or no? Okay. And so if you feel that, then my job is that, because I need you to show up and to be able to be powerful, just like more than I need to show up and be powerful. I need you to. And these little girls and these little boys that are around the world, right? The domestic violence stuff. Every 11 minutes, there's a woman beaten in her own home. Every 4 seconds, there's somebody dying of starvation in this world, right? There's stuff that we can do together, but with a joyful heart, right? A joyful heart. And that's sometimes the hard part. What is there to be happy about? And we get into these things online, and we go and we're like, oh, all this and this is terrible. And then, somebody that becomes famous or goes viral for something, right? They get this thing, and then they're like, oh, I got famous and I went viral for that thing, so I'm going to go chase that thing. Is that thing really the thing that we should be doing, or should we be lifting up? Should we be finding each other? Should we be coming to events like this? Should we be challenging our neighbors? Should we be doing something different ourselves other than bitching and moaning and complaining? Right? And I mean that in the most loving way. Because I see a lot of that. A lot of people want to say, oh, Jason, we want to get involved in the trafficking, right? We come to these things and they're like, well, and they'd ask me, how do you get involved? You get involved with your checkbook. You get involved with throwing your body at doors. You get involved by prevention and aftercare or something. If you want to help the kids, then these are the things that you do. And then I look around and I go, who stood up? Who wrote checks? Who did this? Who went and did stuff? And it's always 2 or 3 people. Out of hundreds of audiences. I'm just being honest with you. I see this all the time. The worst ones are when I go when there's tuxedos involved. Because they only went to be seen and to be seen on social media. Nothing against that. But I'm going for the hearts in the audience that are going to actually do something, right? And I don't care what it is. It doesn't matter to me what it is, because I don't know. It's not for me to judge. It's between you and yourself and whatever you believe in as a higher power. That's what matters. And so I'm going to give you a couple things. I don't know how long I have to talk, but I'm going to use your phone. When do you want me to go to? Till what, 9:15? Okay, you'll jump up and down for me. Good, okay. Because I promise I will go for 4 hours. So here's a couple of things that stop us. Everybody stand up really quick. There's this thing that's called a mask. Okay? And I've been to so many of these. Like I said, I've done about 3,000 of these. I have termed something that you guys will probably resonate with, and it's called resting seminar face. Some of you know what that is, right? It's kind of similar to resting church face, right? We went out and had some tequila last night. We're being silly, running around our house naked, doing whatever it is that we do. And then we get into the environment and we all of a sudden go, and we put on a mask. We put on our publicly acceptable mask. Publicly acceptable masks do not change anything. Being who you are, the ferocity of who you are, If you were to take off that mask, if you were to show up in your own life and you were to be who you actually are, that scares people. Ah. Let me hear you guys growl a little bit. Let me hear you growl a little louder. Ah. Yeah, see? I feel some beasts in this room, right? Okay. And so if we're walking around with masks and then I bump into you and I've got my mask on and you've got your mask on, what's going to happen? Not a damn thing, because it's a lie talking to a lie. So one of the first things that you can do to make this event the most powerful thing that you've ever been to is drop your mask. Drop it. Be who you are. There is zero in between. And that is exactly how I like it. And if you hate me for good reasons, because it's me being me. You love me, it's great, because behind the scenes, we go have a tequila together, we have coffee in the morning, we're across the world. I am the same person here that you will see anywhere else in the world. The same. Crazy, loud, obnoxious, loving, fierce. And I know that, I feel that. And so here's one of the things I want you to do. Here's a great way to get away from, get around this. And it's something that I love. Find the eyeballs of somebody in the room next to you. Find the eyeballs, stare them in the eyes. Everybody turn to each other, find some eyeballs. Find some eyeballs. Look each other in the eyes. Look in the eyes. Look them in the eyes. And say this sentence. There's some things I really want you to know about me. Okay? Now look them in the eyes. Look them in the eyes and say this sentence. Nobody cares. Okay? Look them in the eyes again. Look them in the eyes again. One more. Look them in the eyes again. Say, there's some things I really don't want you to know about me. Next phrase. Okay? 1, 2, 3. Nobody cares. Now high five your partner and go ahead and have a seat. Okay? Now what do I mean by nobody cares? Go ahead and have a seat. What do I mean nobody cares? Does it mean that people aren't passionate, that you're not here because you care, because you have a heart? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that most people's lives are constructed around their husband, their wife, their parents, the friends, the people that are around them, and what they think of you. What they think of you. What's that? Yeah, the dog, right? And so most of us, it's what happened yesterday, who I was yesterday is how I have to show up today, because then I might lose the love of the people that are around me, right? I am a maniac who constantly changes, and my wife, God bless her soul, is just as messed up as I am. We don't have masks in our house. We don't have masks in our life. We don't have masks with our friends. I want to know who you are. All of the things that are broken, right? All of the things that were made you stronger than somebody else. And the pain that you went through created inside of you what I think is God's greatest gift, which is empathy, right? Caring about someone else more than you might care about yourself. And that's what I believe is in the beating heart of anybody that's going to show up to an event like this, is that you do care. But in order for you to have an impact, you have to understand that life is a blank slate. It is a white canvas for you to not ever think about what other people are thinking about you. Tony Robbins and I had a conversation one time, and I was whining about something, and he looked at me and he goes, Jason, he goes, who loves you the most in this world? And before I met my wife, it was my mom. It was an easy answer. He goes, what do you think she's thinking about right now? I go, I don't know. You know, and he kind of smiled and gave me that irritating, chin rub. And I went, oh, she's not thinking about me. Oh, really? Nobody's thinking about me. They're thinking about their own stuff. They're thinking about their own lives, right? And if they are thinking about me, generally speaking, they're not thinking good things about you, right? They're thinking, oh, how dare she step out? How dare he step up? How dare he say those things, right? Wait, that's the interaction. So if we all understand, drop our mask, be who you are, you're going to attract your tribe. That's why I'm here. That's why when HARA calls, I come, because she's my tribe. Do we believe the same? No, we don't. But I know that woman's heart. I know that woman's heart. Every one of you is here because she's fierce, right? And make a difference. It might make a difference. You might write a $5 check that brings that child out. It's $3,400 per rescue that we do, right? It's about $10,000 a year for domestic violence occur. It's about $1 to feed somebody. Like there's all of these things that you can do, whatever it is that's on your heart, whatever it is that is inside of you, not what I'm doing. Me being on stage is never about me being on stage. It's about waking you up, right? I love Awake and Bold. First you wake up and then you get bold, right? And then you get bold. So the takeaway, my wife and I are going to talk a bunch about the trafficking stuff and things to look out for and all that. We're going to talk about that first thing tomorrow morning. But I wanted to have this opportunity to say, you all will set the standard for what you get out of this. You all. It's not HARA's responsibility anymore. It's not any of the speakers. It's yours. Right? It's a siren call. It's like I just want to reach into your heart, grab it. I would love to hug every single one of you. I'm so grateful that you're here. I'm so grateful that you have a warrior's heart to be able to come to something like this. It's got to be another level. Right? It's got to be another level. However that looks for you. You know, you can donate to CERT. You can donate to Safe House Project, which is, you know, the aftercare that we work with. We've got prevention stuff. There might be somebody else with something cool that you guys want to get involved in, right? Donate time, donate money. If you donate time to charities, by the way, show up and stay, right? Don't go and be unavailable and do it. If you're going to do something like that, be all in. Be all in, not just so you can post on social media that I'm part of this, right? So, yes, ma'am. Yeah, it's which one do I pick from? I'll tell you one that has stayed with me. It was very, very impactful. We were looking, I think she was 13 years old at the time. And we finally tracked her down into the home that she was staying. And her pimp was there. And as we went in to rescue her, she was hidden in a garage under a bunch of books, and it was just dirty. It was terrible. We went in, we secured her, and as soon as we brought her out from underneath this, she ran directly to her pimp and was on his hugging him and like, I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my gosh. Like, it was the first time that I truly understood this thing called identity and how strong it is, because he eaten into her that she was his property and that everybody else outside was evil, right? And that's what we see. We see it in our politics, y'all, right? We see it if those people are in, they're just other Americans. You know what I mean? They're just other Americans who may believe a little bit different than me. Trust me, I know that there is evil, you know, in this world, but seeing that level of like fingernails in his back so she wouldn't be able to be taken away from that lifestyle, because it was the lifestyle she had become accustomed to. It was the thing where she got her love, where she got all of those things. And it's not about that child. It's about how many times I go to these events and I see a lot of us clinging with our fingernails into the back of the thing that has been controlling us and that we know is not good for us. Every one of you has something like that you're clinging to, that if you just let it go, it's going to get better on the other side. It happens over and over and over again. We don't think about it. We were like, oh, it's them. I'm going to rescue those kids. I want to da-da-da. Pastor Rudy had a phrase that said this phrase that bothered me for about a week. He said, a slave cannot free another slave. And it was so powerful for me to understand that. Because I had to look inside. What was I slave to? What were the things that were holding me back from wholeheartedly and full-throatedly speaking and doing the work that I could possibly do? It drove us back, my wife and I, back into business. I sold my businesses back in 2019, completely free financially. And it drove me back into business because business owners are the most heartfelt, giving human beings on the face of the planet. And by the way, in business owners is where we have our actual freedom. It's called diversified finance. Can't control 33 million people because we own our own business, but we don't talk, right? As business owners, we don't protest. Why? Too damn busy. Too busy. So you have to go between crappy and crappier and go, I vote for one of these idiots, instead of actually impacting the world. And so that's what drove my wife and I back into business, to help 600 businesses. We're building a consolidation of business owners. We're helping them get free selling their businesses between 15 and 35 million. There's a lot of money that's needed, and we feel like we're good at helping other people make money. So that's what drove us back into that. And we do that all day, every day. 40 events since July. I'm not messing around. And I don't. There's something that you can do. Maybe it's been, it's been your whole life. There's no such thing as being too young, too old, too medium, too poor, too rich. There's nothing. The Bible's full of every single kind of excuse you can possibly make. I know it's not religious, but the Bible's a dang good book, So, yes, ma'am. Well, so we have women that are on, my wife, and there's women that are on team. They escorted her out. We got her away from the situation. Actually flew her out of state. She ended up going to a place and started to heal. Haven't checked in on her lately, but I know that she was away. We got her out of that scenario, and she got back on the path with people we know in the aftercare world will help her see her own self-worth again. So lots of success stories, about 1,100 kids over the past 10 years that I've been doing this. And every single one of them, it always comes back down to the story of the one, which is why I'm talking to you in your seat, in your seat, because I know it's the one. That child that we go after, yes, there's millions, but it's that one. It's her in that particular moment. It's always that story of the one. Yes, ma'am. Search, evangelize, rescue, and train. Yeah, great organization. It's not my organization. I don't have an organization. I just throw, money and my body and, bulletproof vests and all that kind of stuff. I throw it at the problem as much as I can. My wife and I are starting a foundation, but that'll be probably in the next 6 months to a year that we'll be doing that as well. But you can follow us and let us know, everybody that we work with, or that we say the name of their organization, we have vetted for you. We know where the money goes. We know that it's going towards the outcome. It's not going to salaries. It's not going, Pastor Rudy in certain ministry, every penny goes to the rescue. They go out and they do jobs on their own, and 80% of their own income goes to their charity, right? These are not people that mess around. These are people that are committed. So I love that. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, that was OUR. Anyway, the big idea. That's the point. Yeah, well, here's what I'll tell you. The big idea is anybody that is self-aggrandizing about the rescues that they do, they're not the organization you want to give your attention to, okay? Because it's about the kid. Anytime that people do that, you see that happening, right? And I could go through the organizations, I won't do that. But anytime you see that happening, it's more about the people that are on the team. It's not about the kid anymore. It's about, oh, where can I get politically? Where can we get more money from? Where can we do it? So CERT, the reason why I'm with them is they refuse to re-traffic the children. They refuse, right? They don't bring them out in public. They don't say, hey, this is the family that we work with. They never, ever do that. So the big idea, though, is do whatever you can from your chair, right? Be part of this organization. This is the big idea, is just individually, what can I do? Where can I go? How can I help? Those kind of things. Does that make sense? Yeah. There's more, if you want to join us, you know what I mean? There's lots of different things you can do specifically. But the big idea is getting everybody awake and bold and given the tools so that we can all come together and change that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, guys. I just want to say that, like, Jason's out there in a major way. Like, he's rescuing children. That's something that none of us are probably going to do in this room. And, like, that's a very specific situation that Jason and his wife are in. We work with those people. But for everybody here, there's something you can do. And so, like, a grandmother sitting on a couch saying, well, what am I going to do? Knit a blanket. Give it to a safe house to a child. You can drive a car, maybe take a kid to their doctor's appointment. It's like, the most important thing is that's a very, very special, you know, conversation about rescuing and things like that. But we can all do something. We can all do something by just knowing to take care of everybody. We've lived in a world where everybody's doing their own thing, and we're so busy that we really can't spend the time looking going on in our environment. So just by what you can do is just saying, hey, you know what, I'm going to look at, we have somebody tomorrow that will teach you about situational awareness, which is for everybody, but it's for kids too, to be able to know, to look at people and to be able to read them in a way that you know if you're possibly in harm's way. It's as simple as that. It's just an awareness. It's just building a muscle to not be like in your own world totally, and just to join the community, your community, wherever you are.
Thank you, Hara, for those words of inspiration. And I really wish Jason had a little more energy. Seems kind of low energy today. Okay, our next person on the roster is Hannah, and she's one of the co-founders of Awake and Bold. Elena, sorry. Yes, Elena. And she's going to be coming up to talk to us.
Hi, everyone. How amazing is Jason? He's awesome. I love both him and his wife. They are the real deal. I'm honored to know them and be part of this event. I'm so glad that they came, and I'm glad you guys are all here. They did want me to make a quick announcement. Their bathrooms are located in the back, as well as some coffee and water. So if you need that at any point, feel free to do that. So my name is Elena Huggins. I co-founded Awake and Bold with Hara. We probably are the most unlikely duo. I met her at this political event, which she's not very political. I'm not either, but we happened to be at this luncheon during COVID, which none of us like to be controlled. So that's probably why we were there. And so I remember coming into that restaurant, and I sat across from her. And I was, and you know, if you know Hara, she was wearing her off-the-shoulder top. She had a cowboy hat. And I was thinking to myself, like, who is this woman with this cowboy hat and this New York accent? And then she was thinking, who is this blonde-eyed Christian preacher girl? Like, what does she know about anything? But we sat there and we quickly realized how much we had in common. And she had recently found out about human trafficking, and I had found out about trafficking in 2009. And one thing led to the other, and we just decided that we were going to be friends. And after that, we ended up doing lunches together. You know, she was at my house, I was at her house, and we got to talking, and we started talking about all that was going on in the world, and we were really troubled by the silence around it. And we're like, we got to do something. We got to wake people up, you know? And so as the conversation went on, we're like, well, we can't just inform people. We can't just wake them up. We got to empower them. We got to do something more bold. And that's how Awaken Bold came to be. And so since then, it's morphed into this amazing thing. And really, it was just doing what's in our hand. And so that's how we formed that. But just a little bit about myself. I immigrated to the United States in the late 80s. And also I'm an entrepreneur as well, and author, and wrote this book. It's called Untwist Me, and it's a book that I never planned to write. And it's about mental and emotional health, and I believe we often complicate mental and emotional health. And so what I've done, in over 20 years, I've worked with trauma victims, with trafficked kids. I have spoken across stages and have been in pastoral care. And there are certain things that I have noticed over the years. And so what I've taken a lot of mental and I've complicated, then we feel powerless. But when we simplify it, we then give power and we can do something about it. So this book, it's deeply biblical, it is medical, and it is scientific. And so I think if you're someone who's going through any mental and emotional issue, or you know someone who is, I believe this book will greatly help you. And actually, I'm going to give this away if anyone wants this. You're welcome to, if anybody wants to. You're welcome. And I have more copies here. I also have it in Kindle format and Audible, and you can buy that on Amazon. But so yeah, so I've spent a lot of time in this space, and I'm also a mom. I've got 2 girls. They are preteen and teenager, so it's really fun right now. I would say probably my greatest work is being a mom. I love my kids so much. I never thought that I even wanted to be a mom. And I will tell you that I have been talking about this issue of human trafficking probably since they were 5, and just allowing them to be super aware of what's going on in the world. And so having said all of that, I think when it comes to human trafficking, I think like many of you, and even as Jason shared his story, when I first found out about trafficking, it was back in 2009. I was living in Australia at the time. And I was so shocked that something like that existed in the world. And I didn't sleep for days. And I knew very quickly that I had to do something about it. I couldn't just know this information and be quiet. And so I quickly got involved with an anti-trafficking organization that is a massive one right now worldwide. And my role in that organization was I was head of the research department, and my job was to find out why trafficking exists. Why do people, specifically men, but why do they travel to, at that time, this was in 2009, but why were men traveling to Cambodia and Thailand to have sex with little girls? That was my job, to find that out. And so as I was researching, I realized that the porn industry was one of the massive culprits to this issue, because with pornography, it's something in us that is never satisfied. People are always searching for novelty. So regular porn doesn't do it for you after a while. And so what happens when you start going deeper and deeper into this world, you start looking at kids, and you no longer look at people as people. You start looking at them as objects for your pleasure. And so that's when someone would watch this, they would then, of course, act it out. And so that was what a huge reason why. And now it's become, it's evolved over the years, but now it's a lot of parents that sell their kids, definitely teenage runaways. And there's a whole obviously system. If you dove into Epstein files, it's really troubling. And I knew about a lot of things years ago, but it is still such a hard pill to swallow. I remember the first trafficked kid I met was an 11-year-old that had been gang raped, and she had been sold by her mom. And I think when you hear all this stuff and when you start diving deep, it's very difficult to understand why people do what they do. And with trafficking, it's not somewhere out there and just in big cities. I mean, it's here local. I was actually part of a bust, you know, I think it was like 12 years ago, right over here. And honestly, 3 months ago, there was in Hendersonville, which is where we are, we're in Hendersonville. 3 months ago, this guy, which I know, he would help, you know, foster kids and homeless youth. And he is now in jail, in prison for trafficking, for sex trafficking. This is 10 minutes from here. And we think that it's not here, but it is. And so we always love to look at things from such a distance, and we always feel like, oh, what could I do? And I know a lot of these subjects have been covered and will be covered. But with trafficking, it's become this thing because there's so much money. And the deeper you go into a world of darkness, your lines get really blurred. And what I've realized over the years, the only way to understand is you have to have the correct framework. There's a God in heaven and a devil in hell. And there is good and there is evil. Whether you want to acknowledge that or not, it doesn't matter. Anybody, I don't care what you believe. When you start getting into these worlds, you quickly recognize that there's another spiritual force at play. You quickly recognize that you cannot sustain being in these environments without knowing God. You just can't. It will crush you and it will destroy you. And even like there is the president of El Salvador. I don't know if you've ever heard him talk. El Salvador, the most corrupt country, the murder capital of the world. There's massive cartel everywhere. They turned that country around by praying, by seeking the face of God. And then what he said is when they would go into these cartel families' homes, there was altars to Satan in each of their homes. There is other powers at play. And when you don't have that framework, your brain cannot comprehend this issue. And the evil, where you go, you start you start uncovering things that your brain can't understand. Because this is what happens, is if we understand, and there was a beautiful song about God, we don't fight flesh and blood. It's principalities and powers of darkness. The scriptures say that. And when you understand that, then you understand that people who engage, and I have seen demons, I've seen a lot of crazy things. But the reality is when you walk and you work with people, and there's a lot of people who've been trafficked with occultic things and satanic worship. And when you deal with people like that, there is a demonic spirit that a person starts giving themselves over to. A lot of people in high positions do that because they believe that they gain power from doing this. They believe there's certain powers that they gain, and the devil does give them that, but there's always a price to pay. And so when you understand that world and you don't know God, you're not going to be as effective. It's just the truth. So having said that, I just have 3 things that I highlight just to help you frame, and I know you're going to hear a lot today. But I would just say this: number 1, know God and know your Bible. When you know God and you know your Bible, it eliminates your fear. It eliminates you being manipulated and controlled. There was a CIA agent who said that we can mind control anybody, but we can't mind control Christians. Because the Bible tells you a lot and explains a lot of what's going on. And when you know the Word of God, when you know the Bible, you know how all it is. And the thing is, when you truly follow Jesus, not saying you're Christian, not saying you believe in God, actually the Bible says that the demons say they believe and they tremble. That's not what it is. When you really know God, you live in an audience of one. like our world. And like Jason talked about, this mask, that's our world. But when you follow Jesus, you stop caring about what people think, and he gives you a boldness and a power because you're just honoring him. So your integrity is intact, mission is right, because you're everything you do is for him. And so the beauty when you know God and you know the scriptures, so many things change. I mean, Russell Brand, Tucker Carlson, Tim Allen from Home Improvement, they started reading the Bible and it blew their mind. That's what happened to me. I was in the pit. Statistically, I should be dead or on drugs. But the only reason I'm not is because I met God. And I started reading the scriptures and it started changing my life. And I started recognizing patterns, understanding what's happening, and it eliminates your fear and it gives you clarity and it keeps you grounded. When you chase this and you chase that belief and you're here and you're all over the place. And so when you have that intact, and I know I wasn't planning to talk about this to this level, but I really am pressing this because if you get this, you will get everything else. We're so worried about the solution, but if you don't resolve this, if you don't resolve where you stand here, then you will be crushed by other things. If you resolve this, this will change the game 100%, and it will embolden you. So number one, know God, know your Bible. It eliminates fear. God will guide you. Like he even shared the story, and this has happened to me so many times where God will speak to me and show me things. And there is things that only God can give you and fill you with that men cannot do for you. And so there's so much amazing things that happen when you align this. So know God, read your Bible. 2, ask questions, be alert, and stay grounded. It's really important that we always have our ears up and our radar high. If something feels off, it probably is. If we're aware of our streets, if we're aware of our environments, like being aware of family dynamics and what's going on, and there's something off, report it. Be aware, be alert, and ask questions. Like I remember when I did my trafficking, when I did the bust, I wasn't planning, I was just driving by and something looked suspicious, and it was like a massage parlor. I went inside and I just acted really ditzy, which was easy to do when you're blonde. And I was like, oh, hey, la, la, la. And so I like went in there. I'm like, oh yeah, this is totally a trafficking ring. And then I ended up like, okay, I'll come back. I'll schedule an appointment, and then I ended up that morning, I was friends with the head of the FBI, and I was like, hey, there's a trafficking ring. I gave her all the information. And she was like, that is so crazy because this morning we had a meeting about that very location. We're already talking about it and scouting it. Thank you for confirming that it is what we thought it was. So being aware, being alert. I was just driving by. It's not my intention to stop, but I was just aware and alert. And then staying grounded. It's really easy to get sidetracked with all the rabbit trails. There's many layers. Don't let that delude you from the focus. Because if you get caught up in stuff that you don't know for sure, and with human trafficking, it's very sensationalized sometimes. I will say the people who really help victims usually don't talk as much as those who do nothing. Anybody with me? Usually when you're actually doing something, you don't talk about it that much. But stay away from that and stay focused on what is truth and what is reality and what and you can explore other things and learn about them, but stay grounded and focused in the bigger mission. And number 3, do what's in your hand. Awake and bold was just what was in my hand and Hara's hand. We're like, okay, and in that season, my kids were little. I'm like, I am not going to be working with traffic kids in this season. What do I know? I'm an event planner. I'm like, okay, I know how to do that. Hara's like, I'm a networker. I know everybody, You meet Hara, you're like, whatever you ask, my answer is yes, because she's amazing. I love her. And we were just like, well, what can we do? Okay, people, I know how to do this. Okay, let's do this. It wasn't about the big thing. So many people chase the big thing, but it's like, if you do what's in your hand to do, and Jason touched on this, and I love that because it is the truth. Sometimes you start with a little thing, and saying yes to that thing leads to the next thing that you say yes to. And maybe your journey will be starting from the small thing, and it will lead to the big thing that you never thought you would do. But if you don't say yes to the small thing, you won't get there. Also, if you get there prematurely, it can ruin you. And I've seen it, and anybody who's been in any leadership capacity, sometimes success destroys people. And you don't want that. You got to build that character, saying yes to the smaller things first. And like, what is in your hand? Hold on, I'll get to it in just a minute. What is, and so it's so funny. So I have a brother who works at the airport. He is the quietest guy, super chill, super low key. I think we were talking about like the Epstein files and trafficking. And he's like, oh yeah, I have so many, he told me, he said, I've had so many traffickers arrested. And I turned to him and I said, what? What do you mean? Like, you're my brother. How do I not know this? And he's like, oh yeah. He's very unassuming, but he works at the airport. He's like, I always know the signs. He's like, it's always a handler that's handling their documents. I'm always like, oh yeah. And he's like, I'm super casual about it. And I see the children sometimes that they have. There's always a story with it. And he's like, I just casually say, yeah, come over here. We'll take care of you. And he's like, I have had so many traffickers arrested, and they would never know that it's me doing it. That's how it works. It's the one that you would never expect that is often doing a lot. And so even with us here, I would say, like, as a mom, I talk to my kids about it all the time. I talk to teenagers about it. Roblox, social media, Snapchat, those are huge things that predators are using to track your child and to kidnap that child. Talk to your children, talk to your grandchildren. Be that woman on the street that all the kids want to go to your house. And you be their protector. I mean, I sent this post, I'm like, if we were just to give the Epstein list to the moms and a couple of guns, we would handle it already. We know how to find you, we know how to track you, and you can lie as much as you want, but we will always find the truth, right? So there is so much more power that you have than you realize. So what's in your hand? I'm going to close with this one passage of scripture that I love very much. And it's Proverbs 28:1. It says, the wicked flee when no one's chasing them, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. And that is so true. Because people who are always up to no good, who are evil and corrupt, their lives are so stressful. They're always looking over their shoulder. They're always worried about someone saying something, showing something, breaking their house of cards down, and they're always concerned, and they're always running from something, even when no one's chasing them, because they're so paranoid. But the righteous, when you're right standing with God, when you're aligned with God, when you're doing what is right on the earth, there's a boldness that comes on you that you don't care. You become like a lion. And when we started Awake and Bold, our symbol was a lion. So that is definitely the truth. So be awake and be bold. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Elena. That was definitely inspiring, and it's great to hear people's personal experiences. But what I really liked about her story was the meeting of her and HARA. We frequently go to different events. We have our preconceptions of different people. And what's really amazing about that story is those people saw past and they found something, they had common ground, because it's frequently people who are opposite of us that bring out the best in us. So let's just try to put our misconceptions aside and work together, because there's probably some people here today that you're going to meet, that you're going to know for a long time. And that's how many of us are at this event. That's how we met and how we're working together today. So our next speaker is Natasha. And Natasha has a very heartbreaking story, and she's going to talk a little about her life's journey and her family's recovery.
Hey, how's everyone? Kind of bear with me. This is the first time I've been to this capacity to talk about me and my children and our journey. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm Natasha Outlaw. That's my real name. It's not made up. I'm halfway good, halfway bad. Depends on who you ask. I'm here because my children. Is that better? Okay. All right. My children and myself survived abuse from my ex-husband. He, in 2017, he almost killed me. I was, my youngest kid was 3 months old, held me down in the bathroom floor on a drug fuel binge, punched me a lot, choked me. I thought, this is how I'm gonna die, and my kids. I didn't die. My oldest kid was home, fought him off of me, and I lived, obviously. But he was abusive for the whole 7 years I was there. When I first met him, he was the knight in shining armor. Not all abusers come in dark clothed, thinking that's trouble. They don't necessarily show up like that. It could be the man next door. It could be the woman next door. In my case, the boy from back east that we had a lot in common. So I thought, I've got notes. I don't want to be there. But he was charismatic, very upfront about his past. He was recovering. He was not. But so we went into a relationship together. 3 months into it, I wound up pregnant with our son. He wasn't supposed to have kids. He wanted to create this life and this family and upgrade me because he came from money. I did not. I've worked and fought for everything I've got. And that's one of the first red flags. When someone's trying to take you and upgrade you, and they start, switching your phone from your name to theirs, bank accounts from your name to theirs, putting you in a house that don't have your name on it. Just anything that I took in there, he took away. He gave me a better life. And if you ask half of the people now, that I was the lucky one. I was not the lucky one. But fast forward, I got pregnant with my son. I had him in probably around 6 months. Maybe a little bit old enough to start using an iPad. I would come home and find my child watching pornography. At an age where he could not even speak, but say mama and dada. And when I confronted my ex, usually I was laying on the floor, beaten bloody because I said something about it. Or he would come back as, oh, I must have left it on the iPad. And what he was doing was grooming my son for what was yet to come. And it's a desensitization, really is what it is. If you expose a kid to pornography, they don't see it as being something that's bad anymore. It's something that's of the norm. So when you start being touched by your parent or a friend's neighbor or your friends or anything like that, you don't think anything about it. It's normal. I watched it on the iPad. These people seem to be having fun. He told me it was supposed to be fun. And I didn't know any of this was happening until many years later. And I'll try to speak very quickly. I'm not sure how much time I have to get to that point. But a lot of fighting. And this went on for years, the pornography. It took him that long, very strategically, to figure out if I expose this little boy to this much pornography. And it's not just your run-of-the-mill pornography. It's kind of like how Elena said. It starts out very basic, but then it gets very graphic. The stuff that I would find on that iPad that my son was watching, even at a year old, was, you can't even fathom the stuff at just a fingertips expense on a cell phone or a computer. And there's my little boy watching it. So I was trying to get out of the relationship because it was very abusive. He never stopped being very violent. I would wake up being pinned down, face down, arms behind my back, him doing whatever he wanted to do to me. Wasn't allowed to go to the doctor, no matter how bad the beatings or the sexual assault was. And if you're in a relationship or you know someone that's in a relationship, rape is rape. It doesn't matter if you went to that relationship committed. It's your body, and you protect it, and you speak up for it, and what you have to do to get safety. Don't accept things like I did for probably about 7 years. But anyway, I was on my way out, trying to get out of the relationship, and I was working. He was taking the money I had, and then held me down. He was very, very smart the way he thought. He was very keen on my cycles. He knew about the right time to do the right things. So I got pregnant after 2.5 years with my daughter. Beat me in the stomach with a laptop with her. All the time, he's still doing all this stuff, sexualized desensitization to my son. And fast forward, I finally got out of it. And in 21, I was watching one of my best friend's little boys. And all of a sudden, they just kind of cut us off. They didn't have anything to do with us. They wouldn't return my calls. They didn't want to have play dates anymore. And I guess about 4 or 5 months later, she kind of called me and she was like, hey, we're going to have, such and such birthday party. I kind of want y'all to come. So we came. And she pulled me to the side about halfway through that birthday party. And that's the day that my world kind of stopped and shattered. And like all the things I didn't see but saw, all kind of came full circle with me. She said, the reason that we quit having contact with you is because my son came forth and told us that your son, while you were watching him, taught him how to do oral sex on him. And that it wasn't that weird when he got him to pull it out, do all this stuff, but it was weird when he made her son put his mouth on my son. I immediately packed my kids up, put them in my car, and I sat there for a minute. And it had to be the voice of God, because immediately you're like, you don't know what to do. You're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? So I sat there calmly, and I just said, hey, bud, I need to ask you something. Like, and you're not in trouble, and you're very brave, but I really need to know the truth. And at first, he denied it, and he denied it. And I was like, so we'll just say M is his friend, just for purposes. So M's not telling me the truth. It's all made up. So I need to go back and talk to his mom. And I think immediately by then, I had put his dad in prison because he was going to kill me with a gun. It had nothing to do with the abuse. It had everything to do with something that wasn't related to me, because they didn't care that if he killed me or they hurt me or what he was doing with my son with the pornography. Zero cares. But they cared that a felon had a gun. And there he went, 2 years away. But when my son finally put 2 and 2 together, that he had no longer had to see this man, you could see that flip in his brain, and the tears came, and he screamed like this primal scream that God did it to me. He made me do it to him. He made me do it to my sister, and he did it to my sister. And it happened a lot, Mommy. And I sat there with that for a second, and I said, I need you to tell me that one more time. Because surely I wasn't hearing what I thought I was hearing, right? That's exactly what I heard. So I got home, and I called the police department of the county that I live in, and an investigation started. And then my son, he wrestled, so I talked to his wrestling coach, because at that point, I had absolutely nobody in my life. I had very little friends because my ex had run them all off. Nobody wanted to be associated with me because of his drug use and his outlandish ways. I was isolated, 100%. And the wrestling coach was the only one that I had at that moment. And we were very brand new into that family. And being a wrestling coach through all of these trainings on things like this, which makes you a reporting entity. And that's exactly what his coach said. I have to report this. I said, by all means, do me that favor, because if it's one voice, 2 voices, the more I can get, the better off we'll probably be. And he did. An investigation started. The county that I lived in, CPS and DSS got called in. And quite often we always wonder, I know somebody in the audience said, I want to know what the law enforcement is doing to protect the kids. They're working. They're doing it. It's when it hits the court system, in my case, it's where it failed. After like a 1.5 year long investigation, the county that I lived in came back and substantiated that the sexualized abuse happened. My kids went through the forensic interviews. My daughter wouldn't let them anywhere close to be able to be fully looked at during those interviews, which is normal for a kid that's been sexually abused. But so they substantiated it, and I won that battle, but because it did not happen in the county that I lived in at the time, it went back to the county that it happened in. And that police department, the detectives and everything, started the investigation from therapy notes to medical records, interviews, everything. And then they presented it to the ADA of the next county over from here. He looked at it and he's like, no, I'm not taking it. So here in Henderson County, right now, you have a pedophile that is walking free. Never charged. The only thing that he is on is the IRL list that the CPS and DSS uses. Not everybody knows what that list is, but it is a list that CPS uses to keep people that have been substantiated against to childcare, the school system, or fostering kids. He is on that list, but he's not on the sex offenders list. Yeah. So I have been fighting the fight, trying to get whoever I can listen to in the politics to fix that. If you've been substantiated against and you're on that list, you should automatically, whether you go to court and you get that conviction or not, if you are bad enough to be put on that list, then you should be placed on the sex offenders list when it's a child against a minor. So I went into the court system and I started a fight for the custody of my kids. And I had to do it in the county that I lived in. And when I showed up to court, his attorney was actually the attorney for our county's DSS, knowingly that her county substantiated and molested my kids. 2 minutes? Okay. We fought through it. I switched attorneys. He kept her, and I won custody. I'm currently in a court battle now with a TPR. But some of the red flags, when you start noticing when you walk into a room, you have a friend that walks into a room and your kid is terrified of you and you've done absolutely anything to that kid and they cling to that other parent, that's a red flag. Not everything is black and white. There's so many gray areas. But I put my kids in therapy, and through trauma-based therapy and CBT therapy, my kids have made a 360 in their life. They're pretty spectacular kids. You wouldn't really know all the trauma and stuff that they've been through just looking at them, because they're able to laugh now, they're able to smile, they sport, they do things. So just kind of educate yourself. If you take anything away from what I'm saying today, I want it to be the abuse that we survived. But educate yourself on the red flags of how an abuser comes, because it's very slick on how they do things. But also know that after you get through the legal stuff through the court, make sure that you do things that is going to put those kids in a spot that is going to retrain them and make them come back to humanity, that they don't cut themselves off and disassociate. So like Mountain Child Advocacy Center, I think Safe Light is here in Hendersonville. These are two wonderful programs that if it was not for those therapists in that business, that my kids would not be where they're at today. So yeah, that's us. Thank y'all so much.
Okay, wow. So that's a story that's probably more common than human trafficking and probably going on in the neighborhood right near you. So we can all be aware, and thank you for sharing that story, and God bless your family. Okay, so our next speaker is Moms for Liberty. Excuse me.
I moved in Hendersonville almost 7 years ago. One of the first, because I had done such a deep dive. One of the first things I did was go online and see what files were in, registry files were in my neighborhood. And within a mile and a half, we had 6. And I had nothing.
Like I said, they're in every neighborhood, and at least we have some reporting and we can go online. But they still play on the children, even though they're on those lists. So it's your job to watch over your kids and also make the children aware without making them fearful of what's outside our house. So here we have Moms for Liberty. They're an amazing group. Are you ready?
So, good morning. My name is Stacy Metcalf, and I'm vice chair of our local Moms for Liberty chapter, Moms for Liberty in Buncombe County. And so I want to clear the air a little bit because Moms for Liberty really does get a bad rap. I am not a fascist. I am not a neo-Nazi. I am not a book banner. I am also not a national speaker. Just putting that out there. But what I am is I am part of a wonderful group of parents and grandparents, aunts and uncles, just average, ordinary people who have a heart to protect our children, to protect our families, and to protect parental rights at all levels of government. And so our chapter in Buncombe County started in 2023 by Kim Petit, who's in the back. And I joined shortly thereafter. I used to work in Buncombe County schools, and I have a valid, very deep concern about the lack of transparency to parents in our local schools, and especially with regard to gender ideology. So today I would like to reveal just a few of the dark secrets of gender ideology, talk with you about the importance of legislation, and then also provide some practical steps for you to protect your family. And so I would like to begin with a video, and it's of a wonderful mom. Her name is Erin Lee. She's out in Colorado. And I would like for her to share with you her story. Her daughter was secretly groomed at a so-called school art club.
I'm a mom in Northern Colorado, and my little girl, which is 12 years old, was targeted with gender ideology in her public school 6th grade classroom. She thought she was attending a HARA club, and when she got there, it was Gender and Sexuality Awareness Club, or GSA. And an ASA activist had been brought in to talk to the kids about puberty block, polyamory. They told her if she's not comfortable in her biological sex, that means she's transgender. They told her that she didn't know who she's sexually attracted to, that means she's queer. They handed out a contact number to reach the activists. And they told her parents might not be safe if you could lie to your parents about this meeting. Nothing in life prepares you for that moment when your child comes home for a regular Tuesday at school and they're completely confused with transgenderism, which is something we had no knowledge of prior to that day. It was a range of emotions. We were scared, we were angry that this had happened to her, we were sad that she was already in this deep state of confusion, and we hadn't been notified of what was happening. And so we tried to do things the right way. We followed the proper channels, the school and the school board, and we got some answers from them. In fact, we got pushback. And all of the avenues that we took led to them being proud of what they had done with it. Unfortunately, gender ideology takes a strong hold of vulnerable children, and she really identified with that transgender label, and it took 9 months to pull her out of the dark. So after the 9 months of dark, clouded confusion had been lifted, she began to realize what had happened to her. She was angry. We watched the As a Woman movie, and she said, "Mom, why didn't I understand this was happening to me when it was happening? Like, what can I do to make sure this doesn't happen to other little girls?" And I said, "You let me tell your story." And so it's with her full support that we have been so vocal in public with what happened to us. we feel an obligation to protect others. I cannot express enough how scary it is to go public with a situation like this that could do your own child. And what I've learned is that there are thousands and thousands of parents like me, just in the state of Colorado alone, who've been affected by this agenda, and they're afraid to speak up. So when we went public, of course, there was a lot of hate that came at us. We're called hypocrites and haters and murderers. There's so many people who care about the issue, and they're appreciative that we're speaking up. Parents' rights are under attack throughout the country, but especially here in Colorado. I feel like we're ground zero for the government taking authority over our children. There are laws in Colorado that were mostly passed in 2019 that really usurp parental rights and enable 12-year-olds and up to be the steward of their own mental health care decisions, that their therapists only affirm gender confused view. And so when we reached out to doctors, therapists, for what happened to their daughter, made things worse because of these laws and because of the mentality that as parents you must affirm gender confused, that you are hateful and bigoted and you will harm your child and cause them to be suicidal if you don't go along with the gender confusion. And we knew as parents that was not the right answer for our child. We had to stand between this confusion and her well-being. And so we in school, we took the approach of not affirming for male, and we saw it all from church, from family organizations, faith-based. We removed the negative influences in her life and replaced them with positive influences. Because affirming children in this confusion leads to more harm. So after this happened, I learned how to record request, which no one ever done before. And I learned how to archive you can see their emails, their calendars, what they're doing. And what I found is that there's a deep agenda pushing children. I found a 15-page agenda that has a gender support plan with it. The question is, are the parents supported? If no, how do we accommodate? So their plan is to transition kids and lie to parents right off the bat. When your child suffers gender confusion, the world tells you to go along with it. You must affirm it, or you're a hater, you're unloving, you're unsupportive. And I've received all of those criticisms. But now on the other side, my daughter, the dark cloud has been lifted, and she's back to her old self, the new improved, stronger version of herself. I understand that we have to trust our instinct as parents, and the best thing we can do is not lie to our children. My daughter is thriving, has completely desisted the transgender identity. It's been almost 3 years now, and so she's had a lot of time to heal and to reflect on what's happened to her. And she's even in a place now where she has parents who to others who are going through this. She sees someone who is clearly suffering gender confusion. She'll encourage them and pray for them and give them advice, help them get to the root of where the confusion came from, and just share her story of prior to this happening. I would self-describe us as sleepwalking parents, blind and trusting the schools, lazy Christians, and I was raised with ritual relationship. With him, my husband was raised in an almost anti-religious household, and this happened, and the only way to overcome it is with his parents. And so our whole family has embraced relationship with him and have really grown in our faith. And we all share together, and we're a better family because of it. This of our children and the gender ideology is a spiritual battle. And truly, we saved our family when we people for finding power and principality. This is called early fight. And there's no way we could have made it through the And I think the most important thing we can do for our children is to teach them God's truth, that we are made male and female, not make mistakes. It's the way that we can save our children. This is such a cultural issue. If not in all the schools, they see it on TV, in commercials, on billboards. It's just common for them to people. So we've got to put our kids with the knowledge that God made us perfectly.
So they were on the same page. So born in the wrong body. And with gender ideology, there's a whole new language. So biological sex disappears, and what you have is sex assigned at birth, which you see on your medical forms now. And then you have something called gender identity. And that is that inner sense of self, of what you can be. And then you have the term gender dysphoria. We hear it all the time. And all that is the mental distress that you might feel if your sex assigned at birth does not match your gender identity. Now, in the English language, guys, gender and sex have always meant the same thing. But there was a divergence with this in the 1950s and 60s. And so I want us to look at the term gender identity. Gender identity is mostly, it's most closely associated with Dr. John Money. It didn't matter when it came to gender. What mattered was socialization and the environment at a young age. And so he had this research study done on a set of twins, the Reimer twins, and he touted that this experiment proved his hypothesis that nurturing could overcome nature. And he used this experiment to validate the sex reassignment surgeries for young children for years and years. Well, of course, the light finally shines in the darkness, right? The truth gets exposed. Years later, we found out that the experiment that he touted as a success was an absolute failure. We also found out he sexually abused the twins in his care. And then what the media doesn't like to talk about is Dr. John Money was publicly pro-pedophilia, publicly pro-incest, and his friends were actually followers of Alfred Kinsey, and that was the biggest sexual pervert of the 20th century. And that, my friends, is the foundation of gender ideology. So, to treat gender dysphoria, the United States adopted the gender affirming care model. There's many problems with this model. It is not based on the gold standards of science, but we still follow it anyway because of the money. And I want to reveal a misconception, and that's about social transitioning. We hear it all the time. Oh, it's harmless calling a child a different name or a different pronoun. It doesn't do anything. Just go along with it. And that is so not true, because almost always, and the statistic is almost 100%, those that socially transition over time, those children go to medical transitioning, and that just leads to sterilization. So, and the reason being is you are causing psychological harm. You are creating cognitive dissonance in children when you social transition. You are expecting them to believe two incompatible beliefs at one time, that they can be and not be. They can be a girl and a boy, and it's not logical. So you're actually harming the children. And here locally, Buncombe County schools and Asheville City schools totally embrace social transitioning. There are 5 school districts in North Carolina that have a policy called the Gender Support Guidelines. 2 of them are right here, Buncombe County, Asheville City. And these guidelines allow for the secret social transitioning of children. They also allow the opposite sex into our children's bathrooms and locker rooms. And until the North Carolina General Assembly stepped in last summer, they allow the opposite sex into our children's rooms on overnight school field trips. So let's look at the overall picture. The overall picture, and that is critical theory. And this is where it's all coming from. Critical theory was developed by Marxists. It's a blatant attempt to attack a society's institutions, to capture those institutions like education, which they've done very well, to enact a cultural revolution, to establish a Marxist society. And their political system has killed more people than a Marxist communist society in the history of our world. And that's the truth. These terms, social emotional learning, CRT, you've heard them. SEL, social emotional learning, is deeply embedded now in public school curriculum. And that's scary. Gender ideology falls under queer theory. Queer theory is just the upside downing of norms. So the goal is to, again, upside down the norms, the traditions, to enact a cultural revolution. And the target of queer theory is our children and through the education system. If you can queer a normal child, you can queer a normal society. Here's the deep, dark, ugly secret. The original queer theorists, the majority of them were pedophiles. And in queer theory, children should be allowed to explore their sexuality at any age. And the only thing holding them back is social constraints. So if you flip the norms, if you flip the traditions and the standards, guess what? Our children are fair game. So there are really deep ties with gender ideology and pedophilia. Just putting it out there. And so how much time? Well, I have a lot to say. I thought I had 25 minutes. So anyway, legislation matters. So I'll just very quickly go over this. Federal law does matter. And Moms for Liberty is nonpartisan. So don't take this the wrong way, but it's just the truth. The Biden administration was absolutely wicked when it came to our children. And when Trump came in, he had a slew of executive orders to protect our children. He directed the DOE to recognize sex as biological, not gender identity. In Title IX, Health and Human Services started defunding pediatric gender clinics. The largest one, which was in LA, closed in July. And just this past weekend at Vanderbilt, an actual adult gender clinic, surgery clinic closed. It matters who elects as president because they nominate the Supreme Court justices, and we had some wins. This summer, Mahmoud versus Taylor validated that parents have the right to opt their children out of curriculum that goes against their family's beliefs. And then also we had a ruling, Skermeti versus U.S. versus Skermeti, which actually upheld Tennessee's ban on medical transitioning for minors, which is good for us in North Carolina because we have the same law, but that's legal now. And then this past week, guess what? The Supreme Court ruled that you can secretly transition kids at schools. That will have a direct impact on our gender support guidelines. So very quick. Yeah. Federal's important, state law is more important because of education. Education actually falls under the umbrella of the state, not the federal government, because the Constitution does not mention education, not one time. So it doesn't fall under the purview of the federal government, but the state. So it really does matter who you vote for in the North Carolina General Assembly. How much time? Because I play for 25. So anyway, here are some crazy bills, and this is why it's so important. We have the repeal of the Parent Bill of Rights so that you can keep secrets from parents and you don't have to, you won't know what they're teaching your child. It removes curriculum transparency. That was introduced. Thankfully, it stopped. It got stopped. We had the Free to Learn Act, which everything in a public library would be available to children. They would encourage drag queen story hours for kids. Yeah, that was introduced in this past spring. The Gender Affirming Rights Bill, which would give children the right to pursue sex change surgeries without parental permission. No kidding. We have had wins. Here are some of them. Shout out to Jennifer Balcom in Henderson County. She kicked the boys out of our girls' sports in 2023. Then we had the Parents Protection Act, which basically forbids the state from removing children from a family if the family does not affirm the identity. You think that's crazy? It's happening in other states. It's happening. So here's just some. Oh, overnight school field trips, the boys got booted out because of the Prevent Sexual Exploitation of Women and Minors Act. It matters who you elect. And just to give you a heads up, this is Buncombe County. Basically, the majority of them voted against all of these protections for our children. It matters who you vote for. There's some things that we need to get done. We have obscene books. Yeah, they're in the libraries. We need a means to get rid of them better. We also need to get the boys out of the girls' bathrooms. We need to define sex and gender as biological. That would take care of a lot of problems. And then we need to return parental consent to minor medical care. Because did you know that North Carolina has this crazy law that children at any age can consent to medical care for certain conditions? And that includes AIDS, STDs, alcohol, drug abuse. It also includes emotional disturbance, which would be gender dysphoria. It's at any age. And make sure your school, watch who you're voting for your school boards. Our school boards in Buckingham County and Asheville City all vote one way. They have drunk the woke Kool-Aid. They will not step up for our children and protect them, their spaces. They're all in on the gender ideology. Keep these folks in mind if you're in District 5 and 6. In the back, because of time, we have some real practical ways for parents to protect their children. There's 3 right here. If your child or grandchild is in the school system, talk to us about school-based healthcare centers. Don't participate. Talk to us about the public library student access program. That program gives your child access to every obscene pornographic material in the public library. And submit an opt-out letter to your school. So thank you so much. May I end with thank you. Okay, I do have one video I'd love to close with. Come see us. We're having a big event in April. This is a leap of faith for us because we're a small group.
It was horrific. What have I done to myself? I started to wonder, like, what's wrong with me this time? You know, like, I look like a guy, everybody thinks I'm a guy, everybody's excited for me. And I'm still not happy. There's no going back now.
It's devastating for kids when we get these questions wrong, and yet every single conversation, the personal and the political, we're obsessively focused on what adults want, their feelings, their identity, their desires. Who's representing the kids? We always the kids who's representing.
This is going to cost us something personally, but this is bigger than us. Somebody has to be able to take a stand. We have to be able to debate what's true rather than having that dictated to us by the powers that be.
This case represented three speeches for I lose my rights. They can take their they can take anybody.
But not only that, we have a sense of time to deal with children. And I was really
we all matter. Everyone made in the image of God. Everyone, everywhere, in everything. Thank you.
Thank you. That was pretty enlightening. I'm sure a lot of us are wondering where all this is coming from. If you guys would like to look into the United Nations agenda, the founding document is the Lucifer Trust. It's a Marxist organization meant to bring about the rule of Satan over the planet. Their founding principles are to remove the male-female gender, destroy the family, and legalize pedophilia. And if you'd like to look up the Lucifer Trust, the founding document of the United Nations, you can confirm everything I just said. So that's where it's coming from, and our government is funding it. So we've got another friend here today, and she's going to introduce one of our special guests. Here we go with Cathy Urista.
Thank you, Simone. Hi, everybody. And what we just transitioned from around school boards, it's a great segue because our next guest is the nutritional director for the Henderson County Schools, Stephanie Hall. So we'd like to welcome her today. She works very closely with the school board here in this county, so she'll tell you all about that. Thank you for coming.
Good morning, everybody. Like she said, I'm Stephanie Hall. I'm the Child Nutrition Director with Henderson County Public Schools. One thing you may not know about school lunch ladies, and 90% of us are lunch ladies, your teachers see those children for 180 days every year, and they learn about them. We see them for 180 days times 6, because especially in the elementary level, they come through us 6 years. And we learn those students, and we learn those kids, and we learn the brothers and sisters, and the moms and dads, and we learn the good, the bad, the ugly. A lot of times, my managers will be calling me and saying, I have an issue, where do I need to go next? And we are sometimes that first line for those students to get help they need, whether it be food, whether it be a situation at home, whatever it is. A lot of times those lunch ladies have heard about it first. Henderson County Child Nutrition, just this school year, we have served almost 500,000 breakfasts and almost 800,000 school lunches. That averages over 4,000 breakfasts a day and almost 7,000 lunches every day. We're feeding tummies that aren't getting it at home. We feed them regardless. Once a child comes through our line, they're going to eat that meal that they've picked up. You hear all the horror stories about lunches being thrown away, trays being taken at the end of the line. That is 100% not happening in Henderson County schools. If you get a tray, that's your tray. We will deal with charges with adults because 6-year-olds do not have jobs and they do not have the ability to bring me in their paycheck to pay for their lunches. Our average free and reduced students who qualify for free and reduced meals is 53.13%. Over half of our children qualify for meal benefits assistance. Of that 53%, I did some actual numbers. 5,955 children qualify for free meals in Henderson County. Out of those 5,955, 5,120 of those are on some sort of state assistance in order to have them qualified. So there's steps that we take to make sure that we are able to pull in all of those students who need that assistance. We pull in migrant students. We also pull in our foster children. We make sure that we're able to get those children fed and take the burden off the parents if we're able. Our meals, we provide whole grains. We provide meat alternates that are low fat and lean. We also provide fresh fruit and vegetables on average 2 to 3 times a week with the fresh vegetables. We have a fresh fruit and vegetable program in Henderson County in 7 of our elementary schools that provides a fresh fruit or vegetable snack twice a week to every child in the school. That is through a grant through USDA, and we are so proud to have it. We did find out just last week that 7 schools next year has become 9 schools. Our milk is either low fat or fat free. Our flavored milk is lower sugar. So when you hear about all the bad sugars and everything, we are making those changes every day to make sure the meals that we serve are the most healthy meals your children will receive. In our high schools, we offer what's called second chance breakfast. And all of you night owls who hear that alarm go off and just hit the button and then hit the button and then hit the button, you feel these kids' pain. They come in and they are not ready for breakfast at 8 o'clock, or they're sliding in the door right at the bell. So we came up with a solution. About 9:30, we push carts down the halls at 3 of our high schools, and 1 of our high schools comes into the cafeteria. Those students get that same breakfast they would have gotten at 8 o'clock in the morning. But they have that opportunity to have breakfast at a time they need it. We also have what's called breakfast in the classroom for our elementary schools. Those children come in every morning, their breakfast is waiting on them in their classroom. So they're not dawdling down the hall and seeing their friends and stopping and waving and checking out what's on outside of the building because it's all window. They have that breakfast in their classroom waiting on them at their desk. They can sit there and read their morning work. They can read a book. They can do whatever they need to do and get their breakfast. Because we have all learned that hungry tummies do not learn. When we look at those children, we see behavior issues drop consistently once we get that food in their bellies. I am the proud grandma of one of the hungriest children I've ever met in my life, and he is Jekyll and Hyde from the time he does not have food until the time he has food. So I'm fully aware of that hangry issue, and I would hate to be a teacher with 25 little hangry children. We contract with local farms. We buy our beef from a farm in Fairview. I'm gonna put a plug in, Brasstown Beef. They are wonderful. They work well with us. We've also worked with a company called Apple Brandy Beef out of Asheville. We work with local farmers in order to get our fresh fruits and vegetables in. Right now, across North Carolina, they're serving Henderson County apples. That being said, we do have 51% of our students who eat for free. We also have 49% who do not. And we have families who fall in that gap where they make just too much money to qualify for benefits, but they make just too little money to be able to pay the light bill and the phone bill and the lunch bill. We have a program working. It's going through the Henderson County Education Foundation. It's tentatively called Pay It Forward. We'll be asking for donations to that fund to be able to pay those student charges at the end of the year so that we don't have to be bugging the parents trying to get this to work out, because there are just times the money's not there. We've all been in a place where there was more weak than money, and we just had to get by. So that will be coming down. We'll be looking for that here in the next few weeks. If you're interested, contact Peggy Marshall at the Henderson County Education Foundation. She is in charge of that, and she'll be working out all the details. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. The federal government has brought the option for us to bring full fat milk back into our cafeterias. At this time, we've not, and I'm going to be honest with you, we have not had time to stop and look at that. We're running around like crazy people, but that is on our agendas, and should we get the okay from North Carolina DPI, that will be something we'll look into again. I was a lunch lady when we took it away years ago, and I can still remember the little boy fussing at me because we did not have the red milk anymore. Full fat milk came in red cartons, and he was offended that there was no red milk. So we understand. And from one who really likes whole milk better than 2% milk, I'd like to see that come back. Do we have any other questions? Thank you for your time. Thank you for, wait, we got one. Wait. We have to go through a procurement process, but local growers do have the option to come and be part of that procurement process. We do have a process called a micro purchase where we're able to do some single purchases from a single entity and bring those in under a certain dollar amount. And we use those. We've bought fresh lettuce. We bought blackberries a couple years ago. It depends on growing season, because normally growing season, harvest season is June and July and the 1st of August, and we're all at home. So we miss out on quite a bit. Any other questions? Thank you so much for having me.
Well, that was an interesting conversation, because hunger is something that's facing a lot of people today, not just children. So it's good to hear that there's really people who care working in the school system. I know these days School teachers are getting a little bit of a bad rap, but there are really people who care about the children and are working every day to make the world a better place. So our next speaker coming up is Cathy O'Brien, and she is a favorite. Cathy is an MK Ultra mind control survivor, and many people may be aware of the government programs that were brought to the United States by the Nazis after they were extracted from Germany and implemented on our children. So I'll let you tell the story. And we also have another screen that has her other books, because once you learn about these topics, you really want to learn more. And her stories are not about her past, they're also about the future, redemption, and promise and hope for the people who've been through these things. So welcome, Cathy.
Thank you so much. My name is Cathy O'Brien. I am a survivor of CIA MK Ultra mind control. I was used on a White House Pentagon level. I was deep in the Washington, D.C. swamp among perpetrators who steal elections, who use drug and human trafficking across open borders to fund their globalist agenda, and who are using mind control to usher in what Adolf Hitler, George Bush, and Joe Biden, and a handful of self-appointed, self-anointed global leaders term New World Order. They also call it Agenda 2030, they call it the Great Reset, whatever they want to call it, the point's the same. It's a slave society agenda, and it is intended to dumb us down. Oh, thank you. Okay, I was talking to you all and forgot about the camera thing. Anyway, it's a slave society agenda, and it's intended to dumb us down, make us compliant, and align us with artificial intelligence. In order to do that, our humanity is under attack. The very essence of our being, the purpose of our living. In so many ways, I know from my life's experience in MK Ultra mind control, that mind control is ultimately a spiritual battle. Because without free thought, there's no free will. Without free will, there's no soul expression. When we lose our soul expression, we lose our discernment of truth. We lose compassion for each other. We lose our ability to go within and align with the divine within and gather the strength of the human spirit and the infinite power of love to stand up for our children, to stand up for justice, and to stand up for the things that we believe in. Again, they're wanting us compliant. They need us to be compliant because their agenda is against our human nature, it's against God, it's against the human spirit, and the family is ultimately under attack. The formula for mind control is the same, whether it's of an individual, a classroom, a military, a church, or the world. Trauma is the basis of it. And it was found through Hitler-Himmler research, there's no trauma more horrific on the human mind than sexual abuse of a child prior to age 5 while the brain is still forming. The pedophile agenda that's being pushed so hard is a mind control agenda. Taking it to the next level, the transgender agenda is a mind control agenda with depopulation intended to stop human procreation. I know all of this with inside knowledge. Everything I speak of is not about research, it's what I learned during my experience in MK Ultra mind control deep among these global perpetrators and listening to their plans for humanity, and then watching how much of it has unfolded. I've waited a lifetime for people to wake up. I've waited a lifetime for opportunities like this, where people get together in their own community and talk to each other eye to eye, heart to heart, soul to soul, and see what they can do to more effectively be the difference that they're wanting to see in the world. It's happening nationwide, it's happening globally. The Great Awakening is real, and what an exciting time to be alive. And after speaking out for over 35 years, it's so good to see people finally ready for solutions and ready to empower themselves to effectively protect our children going forward, because we all know at this point that our children are under attack. We wonder, how in the world did child sex trafficking become one of the most lucrative businesses on the planet? It's been growing steadily my whole life, and what we're seeing isn't new. What's new is that we're finally seeing it, and awareness is the first step towards positive, necessary change. Mind control came into the US with Project Paperclip. That's when we imported the Nazi and fascist scientists into the US in the wake of World War II. With them came that formula for mind control. Knowledge is our defense against mind control. We have natural birthright defense against mind control that we have forgotten about because we've forgotten our own power. We have forgotten to go within and access this because we have been deliberately led outside ourselves now for generations to give our power to authority, to big government, big pharma, big tech, big cult religion, rather than go within, where the truth is still right there waiting to be accessed and to take back our power. The mind control that came in with the formula of trauma, which causes the conscious mind to freeze in fright, sleep, food, and water deprivation, all of which starve our brains from firing properly. And so many people now are working 9 to 5, 5 to 9 to put food on the table that has no nutritional value, intended to starve our brains, dumb us down even further, and to shut down the neuron pathways in our brain. Trauma shuts down those neuron pathways. Mind control shuts down neuron pathways in our brains. But our brains have been made perfect. Our bodies have been made perfect. We have resiliency of body, mind, and spirit. The fact that I'm even standing here today sharing this information, I'm living proof of that. We have been blessed with everything we need to overcome this generational imposition of mind control that's been deliberately infiltrating society for so long, while truth, that is our defense against mind control, has been deliberately suppressed. Right after we brought in those Nazi and fascist scientists, the 1947 National Security Act went into place. That is for secrecy. It's to suppress the information on our own mind-brain function, on our own defense against mind control, and to allow for these criminals to continue their crimes against humanity that continue to proliferate today, while people look the other way and forget what in the world is going on. It was planned a long time. I was born into a multi-generational incest-based family in Muskegon, Michigan in 1957. My father's sexual abuse began in infancy. He was substituting his penis for my mother's nipple. That was before I could even think to know what he was doing was wrong. I was an infant, but my brain knew it was wrong. My brain knew that I was enduring the pain and suffocation of his abuse. My brain knew it was a violation against our human nature. And the neuron pathways in my brain shut down around that trauma and repressed that memory of abuse deep into my subconscious mind. That's what repressed memory is. It's our brain's defense against trauma too horrible to comprehend. We were designed that way so the rest of the mind could develop and function normally, so that we would be able to deal with the reality of that abuse later on in life and heal from it, because we have been made perfect. My father's sexual abuse extended into child pornography of me. And that child pornography shut down more neuron pathways in my brain, repressed that memory deep into my subconscious. My father was ritually and sexually abused as a child and was just carrying on what he knew in his childhood and thought was normal. My mother was also sexually abused and trafficked to my grandfather's Blue Masonic Lodge. The Blue Masonic Lodge, any secret society, including these ones where these global leaders get in their jets and chug in their yachts to Davos or wherever to decide the fate of all of us. They meet in secret. We're not allowed to be in on their meetings because secrecy is their key. Secret societies is their key. And they need that secrecy because truth really does make us free. And they don't want us to have that truth. So my father began trafficking me to my grandfather's Blue Masonic Lodge, where all the local politicians, law enforcement hung out, the ones who had the secrets on mind control, the ones who were going to be placed in positions of power and influence to make sure that they were able to start carrying this agenda forth. More neuron pathways in my brain shut down. While I was being trafficked to my grandfather's Blue Masonic Lodge, I wasn't thinking about my father. I couldn't think to, because with neuron pathways shut down and compartmentalized memory occurring in the brain, they used to call it multiple personality disorder. It's not. It's one personality shattered. You know, it's the division of that personality into compartmentalized memory. It's also called dissociative identity disorder, because without any continuity of thought, there's no ability to even understand who you are, why you're here, and there's no ability to think, to bring to mind the abuse. So while I was being trafficked to my grandfather's Blue Masonic Lodge, I wasn't thinking about my father, and vice versa. And I wasn't thinking about the pornography. I wasn't thinking of any of that. I wasn't thinking about the fact that they were using blackmail videos all the way back then. When they were those big reel-to-reel kind of videos, they were still using those because these perpetrators do not trust each other either. They hold each other by the blackmail, so to speak. We hear about these blackmail vaults. We hear about these blackmail tapes, that Diddy tapes and Epstein files and everything else. This has been going on my whole life, and it's about time that we're finally seeing it. So I was being used in these blackmail videos as a little bitty child. And I was also used in the child pornography. My father was caught sending child pornography of me through the US mail. When he was caught, he was approached by a local politician and told he could receive immunity from prosecution if he would agree to sell me into the CIA's MK Ultra mind control project. Because that mind control, that it's understood that any child that is sexually abused like that will be suffering from that dissociative identity disorder and will not have a continuity of thought and therefore be highly suggestible, easily led, and a prime candidate for mind control. My father agreed to sell me into the project. He received lucrative military contracts for doing it, and the local politician who gave him that immunity was Gerald Ford. That's the same Gerald Ford, who went on to become the unelected president of the United States. But look at this. This is like 1960, and already the courts are compromised to allow for the proliferation of pedophilia, because this pedophile agenda is key to creating a compliant society for the mind control agenda they have in this handful of puppet masters is imposing on humanity. Haven't been around these perpetrators. I can tell you they are not like us, and they do not like us. We can name them whatever we want. We can call them aliens, demons, we can call them whatever we want. The fact is they are not like us. And they're feeding off of our children. They are a low vibration, dark, negative energy force that feeds off of low vibration, dark, negative energy force. They feed off of trauma. They feed off of fear. They feed off of hatred and division. That's their vibration. Their greatest fear is the strength of the human spirit. That is such high vibration that is such high vibration they can't touch it. It's above their reach. So the only thing they can do is use mind control to inhibit our ability to think, to have our soul expression and gather that strength of the human spirit and live our life's purpose and live life the way that it's intended to be. Any level of mind control, any mind manipulation that inhibits our complete free thought, any trauma that we're all experiencing that shuts down neuron pathways in the brain, inhibits our ability to go within, align with the divine, to shine the light and live the love that we are. That's all we need for victory, is to remember who we are and why we're here. Start living that love, because when we do, it's game over. We win. We're their greatest fear. They can't reach us. That would be like darkness creeping in on light. Instead, our light is shining bright and exposing their dark secrets. The Great Awakening is real, and it's happening, and it's growing faster all the time. It's really, we've already won, and they just don't know it yet. They're realizing it. They are throwing a tantrum. They're giving it everything they've got, and it's still not working. It's too late. So we've got some real good news here, but boy, do we ever have a mess to clean up. I've seen where the roots of corruption have been planted. After my father sold me into the project, he was flown to Boston, Massachusetts, where he was trained by Cardinal Law. Cardinal Law of the infamous Catholic child abuse scandal. And I'm not saying all Catholics are bad at all. Some of my best friends are Catholic, doing everything they can to clean up the mess in their church. All of our churches have been infiltrated. Everything sacred has been infiltrated. So, you know, when I say that about the Catholics, I'm telling you my life's experience. So my father was flown to Boston, Massachusetts, and trained by Cardinal Law as how to manipulate my subconscious mind, because our subconscious mind doesn't think the same way. Without a conscious mind filter, our subconscious just takes information in. If we're experiencing trauma and being distracted, and the conscious mind is not in play, the subconscious just takes information in with no question, just lets all that information in, and then the subconscious mind drives our thoughts and our actions in the future. We should be having in every school in the nation. Understanding that will let us know how we're manipulated by politicians, how we're manipulated by media's repetitive narrative. Repetition is the most basic form of mind control. Everyone experienced mind control. 2020, when mind control masked as a virus, was unleashed on the global population. How many times did you hear, mask up, social distance, get the injection? It was everywhere we went. It was everything we saw. And it programmed the subconscious mind. Well, mine was frozen in fright, like, oh, we're all gonna die. Or grandma's gonna die if you don't do this. What did we do to our children? Absolutely horrific what was done. They were so traumatized, they ended up with an identity disorder, not a gender disorder like it was deliberately redefined. The gender disorder redefinition was deliberate and intended as a depopulation agenda for this transgender movement. And parents aren't buying into it like they thought they would. They thought after conditioning generations they would, but they didn't. It didn't work quite that way. Well, once my father had been trained by Cardinal Law on NLP, he was also using Satanism as a trauma base, because it was found in the Hitler-Himmler research that after sexually abusing a child prior to age 5, that ritual abuse, satanic ritual abuse, blood trauma, is the most horrific trauma on the human mind. I mean, I think we all got a taste of that again, 2020, when we got a constant barrage of blood traumas and satanic images that were constantly being pushed in our face by the media. And that is to create the conscious mind, again, freezing in fright, so the subconscious mind is easily programmed and led to do exactly what it is being told to do. So the ritual abuse began, and I also was being taken to the Epstein Island of its time, Mackinac Island, Michigan. That's where the governor's mansion is located. That's where these global leaders would get together and meet. It's where they would discuss the fate of humanity, how they were going to infiltrate the school systems, how they were going to infiltrate the churches, and I saw a lot of that being put into place. The Catholic aspect in my church where the ritual abuse was occurring, the Jesuits were absolutely aligned with the CIA for MK Ultra mind control purposes, because the Jesuits had long since learned the effects of trauma on the human mind through the Spanish Inquisition and the Crusades. And those wars, the spoils of those wars were the children. The Catholic orphanages were born, and they found those children are very compliant, easily led to be brought up into the church to promote, to continue the pedophilia, the pedophile agenda, and so it went from there. It was also my experience that the videos that were being made in Mackinac Island, Michigan, were of a high level of politicians on a global level that were actively involved in this. Pierre Trudeau sexually assaulted me when I was 9 years old, and I was sexually assaulted by other leaders there, and I would meet who would become my owner in MK Ultra Mind Control when I was 13 years old, U.S. Senator Robert Byrd. These videotapes, my uncle, Bob Tanis, was part of the Air Force, and he was literally flying these blackmail videos to the Vatican blackmail vault. He was a Jesuit himself. And that church that has to be held accountable. There's, we listened to Archbishop Vigano, he's exposing it fully. We listened to people like Mary Flynn O'Neill, who's doing everything she can, exposing it, and there's so many that are exposing the criminal activity that's been going on for so long, because it's all part of this globalist slave society agenda. It keeps us from going within and gathering that strength of the human spirit and aligning with the divine. Mackinac Island, Michigan, I heard how the education system was going to be infiltrated. They were taking what Hitler's youth education system and redefining it. It was called Common Core, went into our school system in 1984. Senator Byrd was involved in that, making states reliant on federal funding so that they would have to do what the federal government said, what the federal, the Board of Education said do, and that's how we ended up with Common Core in our school systems. That's how we ended up with the indoctrination of children, which was deliberately designed to tell our children what to think rather than how to think. They need to know how to think again and to be able to use their beautiful brains. We all need to use our brilliant minds and expand our thinking beyond what we think we know, because we need to know our knowledge base has been deliberately altered for a long, long time for this agenda. So after the Mackinac Island, Michigan, Senator Byrd decided that I needed to be programmed for high-level operations. He decided who I would be prostituted to, what black ops I would be used in, which was the drug and human trafficking across open borders. Absolutely horrific, the things that I was exposed to and programmed to do under mind control. My programmer was Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, the founder of the occult Temple of Set, and the one who was involved in the Presidio daycare scandal, and wrote the book Mind War. Mind War is a psychological warfare through trauma, how to control and manipulate populations, how to manipulate the world and dumb down the children. He wrote the book with General Bailey. And you'll notice when you research who's on the board of directors of Turning Point USA, you'll find General Bailey there. I am not saying Turning Point's bad. I've been there, and I met Charlie Kirk, and it's sad what's happened there. But when we start to educate ourselves to these perpetrators, we're going to find the same ones over and over in our society. In the Turning Point situation, our conservative youth were targeted because they were being taught to think free. And so we've got that horrific situation to deal with. But all we need to do is just look behind the scene. Who's pulling the strings? The person who wrote the book on how to manipulate the minds of a global population. And it's what these handful of perpetrators are hell-bent on doing. My 1995 testimony for Congress, Transformation of America, it details all the various operations that I was used in, the blackmail operations, the drug and human trafficking, who was involved. It names names. Every bit of it has been validated by clean members of law enforcement, intelligence, and Secret Service, who were wanting this information to get out to we the people so we can effectively protect our children and our own minds going forward. So national security was invoked on that testimony. But I encourage you to look into it because I really don't want to tell every story that I know about Bill and Hillary Clinton, about George Bush. Who said that? Oh, are you sure? Okay, okay. 1977, Senator Byrd sent me to the backwoods of Louisiana to be further traumatized by a cult serial killer, CIA assassin, Wayne Cox. It was absolutely horrific what I experienced there, but that was to get me ready for what I would be doing in government operations after that. Wayne Cox was working Bill Clinton's cocaine operations out of Mena, Arkansas at the time. He also had Roger Clinton in his coven, his satanic coven. Roger Clinton was Bill Clinton's half brother, and he was actually using what Satanists were doing. We've all heard of Satanists drinking blood. That was a precursor to adrenochrome. That was what they were doing, taking that adrenalized blood from victims like myself who were being tortured and traumatized, and then taking that blood and selling it through Bill Clinton's cocaine operations, the CIA cocaine operations that were already set up. We're getting into the precursor of adrenochrome, and Hillary Clinton was running that operation. And my experience with her through the years was absolutely beyond horrific and traumatic, and as bad as what we're hearing starting to come out with the Epstein files. It's very real, it's very horrific, and it's hard to understand how anyone could do something like that, how anyone could feed off of traumatized blood. But again, these perpetrators are not like us, they do not like us, and they feed off of negativity, literally feed off of trauma. So that's one Hillary Clinton story, and I've got plenty about Bill too, and the most dangerous game of human hunting that I was subjected to, and there's a lot of horrific stuff that I was exposed to. So by the time intelligence insider Mark Phillips, who is working the highest levels of intelligence mind sciences to preserve the sanctity of free thought, Mark was appalled at what he was seeing going on. He was a spook, which means he wore every hat. He could be FBI, CIA, NSA, Secret Service, anything he needed to be in key positions. And what he saw in those key positions was absolutely appalling. He saw things like what I was experiencing. I was very concerned for what was going on. Mark found our birthright information on mind-brain function, our defense against mind control, buried under national security for generations. Information that is our defense against mind control was withheld from mental health, from the medical community, from education, and from society as a whole. Is that birthright information? But people were forgetting it because they were being distracted to look outside themselves to the self-appointed authority to tell them how to live their lives, instead of realizing the power that we've been blessed with all along, that resiliency of body, mind, and spirit. The fact that we have these amazing immune systems and don't need big pharma nonsense on us while they make money off it. No, we have it all. We have been blessed with it all. That information was buried under national security. Mark could not release that information because he was bound by laws of sedition. So he was getting angrier and angrier at what he saw going on. He saw how the children were, the pedophile agenda was being pushed so hard. He saw blackmail operations compromising our judges and people in positions of power and influence. He saw MK Ultra mind control being used on innocent citizens like myself. And he saw little children being taken in and out of the White House. When he saw that, he decided he was going to do something about it. How very fortunate for me that in 1988, Mark Phillips lifted my daughter, Kelly, and me right out of the Washington, D.C. human trafficking swamp and handed me keys to my own mind. He reminded me of my birthright to heal. He reminded me of all of that. But when Mark came along, I didn't know good people existed in the world anymore. I only knew trauma my whole life. And when Mark came along, I couldn't think to trust him. But because I had been traumatized so much and I didn't have any free thought of my own, had no ability to consciously think for myself at all, my brain was like blasted into primitive parts of my brain, like telepathy, heightened intuition, the ability to foresee the future, remote viewing, the ability that we're hearing more and more about happens that these traumatized children have been studied for because the trauma blasts into these primitive parts. Well, it's our brains. We don't have to have trauma to access. It's right there for all of us. We have these heightened capabilities to sense who is good and who is bad, who's telling the truth, who is lying. We just forget to rely on these senses and develop them anymore because we've been let outside ourselves for so long by the so-called authority. Well, these heightened senses that I had great rapport with my animals. The place where my daughter and I were being kept, our handler, was extremely torturous. He made sure we were in the key places at key times for further abuse, whether it was in Washington, D.C. at the White House, it was in the Caribbean where Epstein Island was being set up through the Organization of American States, whether it was the Haitian operations, whatever. Mark had come in and knew that our animals were being abused by our handler too. Because people who abuse children abuse animals and vice versa. So when Mark came in, he rescued our cows and horses and guineas and chickens and dogs and cats and everything on the farm that we had seen abused. And it was so exciting to see our animals being helped. And it was something that my daughter and I both were very, very grateful for. But I still couldn't think to trust Mark until my horse, I had a horse that I was so telepathically connected with that she would come up to me anytime I needed to ride across the farm. She would just stand in front of me and I would get on, no horse, no saddle, no bridle, no words, just all telepathy. She'd take me where I needed to go, bring me back. And that was just my natural communication and interaction with this horse. If my handler was around, that horse would bolt. She would run as far and fast as she could to get away from him. Well, when Mark came to rescue Kelly and me and our animals, my horse walked right up to Mark, looked him in the eyes, and loaded herself on the horse trailer. Animals are amazing. How perfect we're in this environment right here, right now for this information. So that showed me that I could trust Mark. It was the animals that showed me that. He had fox and raccoons, and his animals would run and greet him and pat him and love him, and they were always happy to see him. I had never experienced that in my life except for my own interaction with animals. And here they were. They were all trusting Mark. It's like, okay, I can trust Mark. Additionally, even though I couldn't think to know good people existed, when Mark came along, my brain knew that I was safe. My brain knew my daughter was safe for the first time. Just like happened in infancy, but when I didn't know what my father was doing was wrong, my brain knew in infancy. My brain also knew when Mark came along and the neuron pathways in my brain started opening up. As those neuron pathways started opening up, that repressed memory started leaking out and flashing on my mind screen. That repressed memory started surfacing. And I didn't understand it. And Mark told me, he said, the pen is mightier than the sword. Write out your memory. Write out what you're seeing. And he said the very act of moving the pen takes the logic, critical analysis part of the brain to move the pen. So it takes emotionally incomprehensible trauma, shifts it over to logic, where it's written out on paper, consciously seen and dealt with, and healing happens psychiatrically, psychologically, emotionally, spiritually, everything all at once from this one simple little brain hack. Writing by hand. We all can do it. Pick up a pen, write out your fear, write out your trauma, write out anything that's immobilizing you. And then add a solution. Add what you would like to see in the world and how we can get to that point. And what that will do, it'll open the neuron pathways in your brain to be able to overcome that darkness that's holding you back and give you a clear view forward. It opens those neuron pathways in the brain so that we can see and where we're going to go from here. If we get writing by hand back into the school system, that alone will stop the indoctrination of our children. Something as simple as that. They knew that. That's why they put computerization and keyboard, typing on a keyboard and twiddling thumbs on a cell phone do not do the same thing that moving that pen does. So that's just an important brain hack. So I began writing out my memory. As quickly as I wrote it out, he handed it to his friends in intelligence and in law enforcement. We had a hero back then, William Von Raab, head of U.S. Customs. William Von Raab was doing everything he could to tell people about drug and human trafficking across open borders, tell them about mind control, to tell them about the globalist agenda. But the media was shutting him down and wouldn't give him voice and only mocked him and did a character assassination on him like they do President Trump. But William Von Raab still did everything he could to make that difference. He was in the position that Tom Homan is today. And he had as much compassion for the children as Tom Homan does. I've met Tom Homan and he's genuine, he's sincere, and he's very, very loving. And last time I saw him, he hugged me with tears just running down his face saying, when President Trump gets back in, I promise you we are going to close this border once and for all. So I've known some good people in government now. Wow, it's like that, who would have thought? But it's really amazing. As quickly as the information was validated and the evidence was collected, it was being compiled for testimony for Congress in Transformation of America. Mark, I told Mark as I was writing out the horrific memory that I had, I said, I cannot deal with what I did under mind control. I cannot deal with what the plan is for humanity, and I especially can't deal with the fact that I could not protect my own daughter from the abuse. I couldn't save myself. I couldn't save her. I couldn't think to do any of that. I could only do exactly what I was programmed to do. And Mark told me, he said, you are not responsible for what you're programmed to do under mind control. Your abusers are. They need to be held accountable for those actions. What humanity was programmed to do under mind control masked as a virus, we know who needs to be held accountable for those actions, and we need to see some justice in this world. We do. Anyway, Mark told me that now that I am aware, I am responsible for all my actions going forward. And I thought, wow. Okay, I'm going to make sure that everything I do is out of love, out of truth, and true to soul. It's all going to be that, not any outside influence at all. But I still didn't really know who I was. I knew that I loved Mark. I mean, he was really handsome. He was a hero. He was everything anybody could want. Animals loved him. Of course I loved him. He wouldn't have anything to do with me. He said, you got to heal first. You have to know who you are to have anything to give in a relationship. So I healed as fast as I could. I was hurrying. But I still had to find out who I am. And I couldn't get that from daily affirmations or outside input. And people were saying, well, you got to love yourself. Like, really? You know, nothing I told myself was going to make that happen. So I went deep inside to the base core energy of my being. I aligned with the divine within. and I found that energy is love. So I thought, okay, I'll just live the love I am. That's easier than trying to love myself. So I decided I would live the love I am and do everything out of love. And that's exactly what I have done ever since. My daughter Kelly was medically kidnapped 1 year after Mark rescued us. She was medically kidnapped out of a hospital by so-called Child Protective Services and put into the very system that I saw being corrupted and set up by Senator Byrd through his office in the FBI building in Washington, D.C. He had an office in the Hoover building to set up the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and to set up the FBI as a catch-net operation for child sex trafficking ops and human trafficking operations. I saw all that being set up, and then I saw my own daughter being thrust into it. 1990, I was speaking out on her behalf, trying to raise awareness and free her from the system. 1990, people didn't have a point of reference for understanding what mind control is about, what human trafficking was, what child sex trafficking was. None of that. But people were beginning to wake up because they already were seeing how their children were being indoctrinated in the school system to accept globalism instead of our constitutional values of freedom and justice for all. People were seeing infiltrations into their churches and their communities. They were seeing corruption in government. They were seeing that the elections were rigged and that no matter what they did, the same people kept getting into office. How did that happen? Because electronic voting machines have been rigged since their inception. They came into being in the wake of the Kennedy assassination, which traumatized the whole nation. While the whole nation was traumatized, that's when those voting machines came in. They were Diebold at first. Follow the money, goes right to Bush and Cheney back in those days to make sure that these perpetrators were put in key positions of power and influence to further the globalist agenda. That's what electronic voting machines are for. Very fortunately for all of us, we overrode that rigged electronic algorithm 2016. Because as Mark and I began speaking out on my daughter Kelly's behalf, we saw a great awakening happening and sweeping the nation. By 2016, so many people were awake and aware that we overrode the rigged electronic algorithm and the voting machines by sheer numbers of us to elect a president that was not Hillary Clinton in her New World Order. They weren't expecting that. They were, we saw Hillary's face. No. Yes, justice. So we've got to understand that there are good people in positions that are doing all they can to raise awareness, wake people up, show them the swamp in Washington, D.C., show them that one person can't drain that swamp from the top down. It's up to each and every one of us to drain it from the bottom up. So as I was waking up to the reality of good people in this world, good people in government, to the reality that humanity has the victory within, realizing the strength of the human spirit, the infinite power of love, remembering fully that no matter how I was tortured, my spirit was always in a safe, loving space. Always protected. Who we are inside is divinely protected. No matter what happens to us in life, it's not who we are. Who we are is within, waiting to be freed, waiting to be able to live our life's purpose, to live the love we are, to make the difference in the world, to be that difference, to live our purpose. What an amazing time to be alive. Each and every one of us here for a reason. Each and every one of us ready to gather that strength of spirit and start making a powerful difference. As I was realizing more and more that Mark and I fell very much in love. Yes. We had the most beautiful relationship. It was not a 50-50 relationship. No one had to dominate. We were 100 in who we are. And we were different. We had disagreements. We never argued, though there wasn't time for fighting over trivial things. We just didn't have time for that. But if we had a disagreement, one of us would learn something. And that was a wonderful thing to get to be. And besides, the differences we were perfect balance. Mark thought everybody in the whole world should be have as much fortitude as he had and integrity as he had. Whereas I understood people were on their own learning path and that they were getting there and they were doing all they could along the way. So I had more understanding and compassion and patience, and was actually moved by people who didn't want to believe because they're so pure and innocent. They couldn't believe that we share this planet with such a dark negative energy force. So we were a great balance for each other. Differences are good. They don't have to divide. They can bring us together stronger than ever when we live our purpose, when we realize that we have the victory within us. This is our time. This is our time to shine. This is our time to live, love. We naturally unite when we remember who we are and why we're here. And the children need us to do that now. They cannot wait for this system to clean up. It's so corrupted. The roots of corruption are deep. My book's Access Denied for Reasons of National Security shows where those roots of corruption are, how Mark and I made it through the corrupted justice and mental health system and survived to become whistleblowers, what doors we were able to kick down, what difference we were able to make for my daughter's sake. My daughter is the most beautiful example of the strength of the human spirit and the infinite power of love, the resiliency that we've all been blessed with. She went from a lifetime in MK Ultra, where she was 2 years old, standing at attention in the White House, to then being brought back into the whole trafficking system through Child Protective Services. And still, that 1 year that she had with Mark and me, new freedom, new love, new animals, new trust, that was enough for her to be able to make it through that system. And she is, she lives the love she is. She lives true to soul. She's brilliant. Her mind is genius. And she and I are very, very close. We share a great relationship, and it's so fun to be that close with someone that you've been through so much with. And we don't focus on our victimhood. We don't focus on what should have been, could have been. We focus on having the wisdom to be able to look through the eyes of truth, knowing what we know, to understand and see what in the world is really going on these days. We're watching a kaleidoscope of change. We don't snap judge over here and snap judge over there. We're looking beyond and seeing a bigger picture. We're seeing what it takes for a president to, like Donald Trump, to take all those bullets and arrows to stand up for us and wake us up. I've met President Trump and I was just absolutely thrilled to be able to use my senses to feel his humanity, his compassion, his soulfulness, his genuineness, and his extreme intelligence. It was just like, wow, okay, exactly what we need in that position to help wake up humanity. What's being done for humanity is more important than anything politics could ever do. And that's been known for a long time, that changing politics is not going to matter unless we, the people, wake up and start governing ourselves, take that self-responsibility, start protecting our children, change we need to see in the world, live the love we are, and stand up for all that we believe in light of truth. We've got the victory within us. Let's live it. Let's claim it. This is our time. with NASA. Mind control. So MK Ultra mind control. That was an extreme trauma that where MK Ultra was used on him. So we've got a vast array there, and it's something we need to be aware of that global leaders are affected by, so that we understand what in the world is going on and stop blindly following leaders that have been selected rather than elected, and these various leaders who have agendas that are vastly different from what they're subliminally NLP in our brains to think they're about, so we've got a lot to learn, and ultimately listen to what President Trump has been telling us. He keeps saying he restored power to the people. He's given power back to we the people. That means it's up to us, and we need to stop blindly following any leader. I love President Trump for what he's done for humanity, for exposing child sex trafficking, MK Ultra, for exposing the swamp, for everything amazing he's done like that. But it doesn't mean I blindly follow and adhere to everything politically that he does. Besides, that's a kaleidoscope of change. He'll be doing something over here to fool somebody over here, and what he's doing is beyond my scope of intelligence. So I'm not even really following that aspect, and I don't believe in war. And I've got a million things that I think free on, and we all need to do that. So no matter who is president, no matter who we've got in any position of power or influence, no matter who's leading our church, no matter who the school superintendent is, we all need to start taking self-responsibility, govern ourselves, take back our power, and live the love we are. Are we done? One more? Okay, and then we'll do more tomorrow too. Yes.
Netanyahu and Trump's relationship to that whole dynamic. Could you?
I have no opinion. Okay, that's a quick answer. I do know that Netanyahu was trained at the School of the Americas right here in the United States before he ever was in any position of power. So, I don't understand that whole dynamic, and I don't buy into it. I feel that it's quite a distraction. Anything that gets us looking over here, blaming a group, blaming, takes our focus away from who's really guilty, who these perpetrators are. It's only a handful at the top. Follow the money, and you'll see who's pulling strings on the media and on so many aspects. And we'll find out they're the perpetrators, and don't be distracted by all the others. So I really don't have an opinion on that, except that I have the insight to know that we don't need to be buying into distraction and blaming any one group. Thank you so much.
Yes, again.
All right, well, pretty amazing stuff that she shared with us today. I think it's opened a lot of people's eyes. And it's also kind of explained to us what the Jeffrey Epstein operations of blackmail, extortion, and child trafficking is, the core of it really is. So we're going to take a break now for lunch. There's bathrooms in the back. There's coffee and water in the back. So we're going to come back. I think we're just going to take a half hour so we can get back to our speakers. So we look forward to seeing you then. I believe they have it set up right back there. Yeah. They got it set up right back there. They've been working on it while we're.
All the speakers' lunches are in the back.
Okay. And what about the regular lunches that people buy? That's what I thought too. Oh, you look really pretty in that color. That really is the color for you. You got a little bit of a tan too. Yeah. Yeah. Did you go somewhere? Yeah. Oh, you just were in your yard.
Yeah, exactly.
The fires are burning. Reach for me like the petals of a rose, blooming its season, gentle and slow. My body is the mountain, the ocean, the river, the sand and the soul. The life giver, so come on now, my friend. Speak to me, help me understand. Let us walk together. Take my hand and we will heal this land. Reach for me, the petals of the rose, blooming its season, gentle and slow. My body is the mountain, the ocean, the river, the sand and the soul. The life giver, so come on now, my friend. Speak to me, help me understand. Let us walk together. Take my hand and we will heal this land. Fires are burning. Fires are burning. So reach for me like the petals of a rose, blooming its season, gentle and slow. My body is the mountain, the ocean, the river, the sand and the sea. The life gives me on down, my friend. Speak to me, help me understand. Let us walk together. Take my hand and we will heal this land. Reach for me like the petals of a rose, blooming its season, gentle and slow. My body is the mountain, the ocean, the river, the sand and the snow. Life gives us all down, my friend. Speak to me, help me understand. Let us walk together. Take my hand and we will heal this land. 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 We will heal this land.
if anybody, just so everyone knows, the lunch, if you purchased your lunch, it's in the back, and the speaker's lunch is also in the back.
Om Shri Mahalakshmi. 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 Om Shri Mahalakshmi Swaha. 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 Om Shri Mahalakshmi 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 Swaha. 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 Shri Mahalakshmi Shri Mahalakshmi Om Shri Mahalakshmi Om Shri Mahalakshmi Om Shri Om Shri Mahalakshmi. Om Shri Mahalakshmi. Om Shri Mahalakshmi. Om Shri Mahalakshmi. Vid jog kama re vid jog kama vid jog kama re vid jog kama vid jog kama vid jog kama Singi sach kampla Dhyan vibhut chara Kati go atam vas karki Dechana madaram Vaje param dar tat hari kot chehra saram Udhe tantaram taram gyan Geet bandhanam Chak chak rahe devdanavam Chak chak biyambavana Atam upadesh desh sanjam ho Jap suhaj pajape Sada rahe kanchan sikaya Kalan kabhu vyata 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 Vid jog kama vid jog kama vid jog kama vid jog kama Singi sach kapat kantala Dhyan बुध चढ़ा दादी को आदम बस करके बिछाना मदारम बाजे परमदार तक हर को चेहरा सारा खुद चैतान रंग रंग अत ज्ञान गीत गंगाना चाक चाक रहे देवतानव मुन चक्र चक्र व्योम दिवाना आप मुख देव सत्यम और जात सुभज बाजा सदा रहे कंचन सी काया कारण कब व्यापन सदा रहे कंचन सी काया कारण कब व्यापन सदा रहे कंचन सी काया कारण कब सदा कंचन से कारण कब
exploited or through this victimization. And so we love to step in as much as we can to provide some of that. But our greatest footprint is within this Mecklenburg County where the city of Charlotte is located, as well as Cabarrus County and Iredell, those counties. It's also just important to note, so if you have questions at the end, we also have quite a bit of development with other agencies across the United States, as well as we have an office in Kenya, and we have helped develop projects in South Africa and Thailand. So I've had the joy and privilege over the last 17 years to really see trafficking both here domestic wise as well as international in cities, in rural, and quite a bit in this specific work that we're doing. So I know that you guys have talked a lot about trafficking, but I want to just hit on one thing that is really important when we look through the lens of present age. We know that sex trafficking occurs when someone causes a minor to commit a commercial sex act or causes an adult to engage in a commercial sex act through force, fraud, or coercion. And the thing that's really important to distinguish is that our federal law, we define as a commercial sex act as anything that includes prostitution, pornography, any type of sexual act done for something of value. And what's important to know is that our federal law says that a minor cannot consent to a commercial sex act. So while various states have ages of consent for sexual activity, when you cross the line of there being some sort of exchange of something of value, money, drugs, shelter, clothing, then you are in grounds for sex trafficking because something of value has been exchanged. Just yesterday, we were talking about one of our active cases with a minor, and she was currently, she was in an elopement. She had run away, and we were talking about trying to find her, where is she at, all the places that we typically look. And in real time, we got a call from her mother who said that she had just been recovered. A police officer had found her actively engaging in what at the time just appeared to be a sex act with an Uber driver. Well, you start asking a few more questions and you realize that she had this Uber driver called and said, "Hey, I'm hungry. Can you take me?" Yes, if we can make an exchange. Well, there was an exchange made. And so it begs to ask that we ask different questions because first of all, she was 14. She can't consent to sex or commercial sex. And so there begs the question of asking how and why is this taking place? And that's just an example of being able to truly identify, especially when we're talking about our children, what is actually going on. You guys see this all over the news. There's so many national high-profile sex trafficking indictments that are currently active or have been over the last couple of years. But what I like to tell people, especially when we're talking about what's happening in the Charlotte metro region, is that it's happening right here too. Every year we are victimization, it often always goes back. We have to have conversations about what happened to them when they were 5, 6, 7 years old. And what they didn't have at that young age was vocabulary and language to explain what was happening to them. And so we're so proud of this because it has led to disclosures of abuse leading to early intervention. We had a teacher tell us that she was actually pretty apprehensive about facilitating this in her classroom because it's just uncomfortable for a lot of people to talk about. But in her classroom, she actually had 2 separate young people come forward. And this was first grade, so 6, 7 years old, come forward saying that what was discussed was happening to them. And they were able to connect them with the Child Advocacy Center. They were able to get interviews done and get services in place. And now she's one of our biggest advocates for the importance of this being taught because she was able to see a direct correlation to interrupting and changing a child's life. So you can see on there the book, Ella the Golden Tool Goes to the Park. You can actually get that book on Amazon. It was written specifically to introduce the curriculum to kindergarten through 3rd graders. And so it's a great tool for parents, grandparents, or I read this to my grandson already, who's 18 months old. And what Ella does is Ella is a cute, cuddly little dog, and she explains how she doesn't like her soul to be touched. And so it just starts to give language and vocabulary about people violating what is a boundary. And so I highly encourage you guys to go check that out if you have littles in your life. And then our middle school curriculum is based off of Bill 279 that requires the education of human trafficking in middle school, 7th and 8th grade to be specific. And so what we found is that, again, this is supposed to be done through health classes. And so you usually have coaches or people that don't feel comfortable teaching about it. And so we actually had a school system approach us saying, can you create something for us? And so we had a professional production team get with us, and we wrote scripts and we produced content. And these are like little mini movies that they watch in each grade level. And they are scaffolding learning. So they build one year upon the other. And we've just seen disclosures. We're seeing children recognize, even if it's not for themselves, like, wait, this is what's going on with my friends, and I didn't have the vocabulary to explain it. Because what we see with our young people, especially in middle school a lot, is so much of that grooming and recruitment happens online. And so this curriculum really focuses on internet safety also, and understanding what to do or how to identify if potentially you are being groomed. So what I want to talk about next is just what vulnerability looks like. Vulnerability is the quality or state of being exposed to the possibility of being attacked or harmed. Let me just read that one time. Vulnerability is the quality or state of being exposed to the possibility of being attacked or harmed, either physically or emotionally. And when we talk about our young girls who have been victims of sex trafficking, this is what is so vital that we begin to truly understand and know how to recognize. At present age, we really pay attention to what's called adverse childhood experience. If you've never heard of this before, ACEs, what we call them, are associated social detriments of health. So it's things that happen that create toxic stress, extended or prolonged stress. Those things can negatively affect the child's brain development, in addition to their immune system, their stress response systems. And so for us as adults, we have to understand that these factors aren't just something that they get over. You know, I had a child one time tell me, somebody told her how strong she was and she was so resilient, and she just started to weep. And I actually hate when people tell me that. She said, I never got a choice, it was survival. And so sometimes what we associate, yes, with strength and resilience, actually is just a picture of someone's most horrific things that have happened in their life, and they had no control or choice over it. So I want to introduce you to Mary. Mary is a young child, recently connected to present age, and she came to us with a tremendous amount of ACEs. And so I want to give you an